Hello and welcome to the controversial podcast, everyone, where we talk about anything controversial related, RuneScape related in terms of news and updates. I know my podcast usually airs on Saturdays, but there's so much to cover that I thought I'd slip an extra episode after RuneFest. Introducing my lovely co-host, Dragonseance.
Hello.
Lord of all boomers and leader of efficiency experts. He will be leading today's podcast since I'm sick from the RuneFlu. And now, I want to introduce you to my friend. He's the most kind-hearted content creator I know, passionately helping everyone around him, wanting only the best for RuneScape and the community. He has some helpful guides for skilling and money making, and not forgetting his successful Ultimate Iron Man series. I want to introduce you to my good friend, Maikeru. I was just seeing how long you wait. Oh shit, I do. Maikeru, there we go.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I was just seeing how long.
I didn't know how it ran. I was like, what am I waiting for? Thank you very much for the kind words.
Just being honest.
I felt exactly the same after I paused. I actually looked if things were muted, what was going on.
This is how things go on this podcast. I just want to see how long you guys would just sit in silence for.
It would have been a while.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
But yeah, what do you think of RuneFest, Maikeru? That wasn't your first year? You went last?
That was my third. Yeah, so I went last year and the year before, but last year was like the only one that I went as like a creator. The year before I was like so new to video making, it was like just a whole different experience this time. Now that I've been making videos and streaming and stuff, and people like actually came up to me and spoke to me and things, it was pretty surreal. And then as an actual RuneFest, last year was underwhelming in my opinion because it gave like 4 months ahead. This year was literally a year ahead, so there's a lot of good juicy content in that. And I think it was the best RuneFest I've been to out of the three.
Yeah,
I think it's probably the best one in 5 years.
Yeah, I think the reveals were huge. 2017, you went, and did you win the new video maker?
No,
so the way
the new video maker worked in 2017 was it was a brand new category, and it was shared between old school and RS3. So I was the only RS3 new content creator against 3 old school content creators, I think it was. So one of the old school ones won it. And then I won last year with the video maker, and then I won this year as well, which is awesome.
Alright, no need to brag, okay?
That's what that woman said. That's what that woman commentator said. She was like, weird flex when I said like everyone was awesome and I didn't expect it. And then she was like, oh, but he said he won too, so that was a weird flex. Like, oh, I was like, oh, look at the other people.
Wow, you even put the nose behind your face cam? Wow, dude. You're flexing real hard.
And I got the plushie that some dude made for me, which is insane.
Yeah, I'm just joking. I mean, you should be proud of your achievements. Yeah.
Yeah.
With you and Ryan blowing up on Twitch, I've always seen like Ryan as like the type of person who's really passionate about like getting better at the game, and you've always been like someone who's just like had this pure sense of like fun playing the game, if you don't mind me saying. Like that's how I view you too. Like and like you attract so many people with that sense of passion. Like you always have so much fun playing the game. Like no matter what you do, you're just having fun, and I kind of like thrive off it, to a degree, because it's a lot harder for like players like me and Gunnar to have as much of a pure sense of fun as you do, I would say that for me anyways.
Yeah, what I will say is I'm only a casual like YouTube watcher, maybe 5 or 6 videos a week tops, and it tends to focus on like guides relating to like meta shifts. So like videos like the clue scrolls, like the easy and medium clue scrolls after Totem came out. That's the content that I really, really like. So I've been watching, quite a few of your videos leading up to this podcast. So I really enjoy them, and I think they definitely give an efficient perspective on like on new content, and whereas other content creators, like we were talking about Ryan, might be like just testing out a new weapon, right? Here's where the new weapon's good, here's where it's not good.
Yeah.
Your videos tend to be, this thing came out, it's affected this meta, here's how good it is. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah,
like I've been, yeah, I've been really happy with them, and I don't watch a lot of videos, so
that's pretty good. That's very nice of you. Cheers. Yeah.
You know, I actually had this. Okay, this I might get crucified for saying this or making this comparison, but you know how like Seld is like really passionate and he has just a lot of fun no matter what he does. That's kind of what I see in you. That's the reason that I'm attracted to your stream.
That's probably the best compliment I could have ever got.
You know,
from anyone.
I just have so much fun watching you because you're having so much fun. That's
yeah, exactly.
That's yeah.
I spent like an hour speaking to Seld, and I was pretty much said the same thing as what you said just now. Like, no one would be able to do what he does and enjoy doing it and be happy at the end of like a 300-hour grind and still be smiling and be like, yay! You know,
exactly.
That's a good grind to go. You know, it's like not many people will have that. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's not something you can really work towards or practice.
No,
it's just
a personality thing.
It's just raw passion. You can't. It's passion is something that's very hard to develop, and especially in workplaces as well. So and sustain as well. Like briefly talking about Mod Shawnee, like him being able to.
I knew you were gonna start with that.
Well, because like he is like, dude, I don't just admire him because of like the work he's done for RuneScape, but like how does he like keep up? Or how did he keep up? Or how does he? He's still there. How does he keep up his fucking passion? It's like so crazy to be that passionate, to be that motivated to do like much more than you're obligated to do for your job description for so long. Like usually people's passion, no matter how interested they are in a subject, kind of dries up after a couple of years, from my experience anyways, and from talking with my friends.
If you look at RuneScape though, and this is not to counter what you said. I think Shawnee's a huge loss, definitely one of the most passionate J mods. However, with the game changes so often, right? It's a constantly updated game. There's a lot less stagnation. Maybe there's more stagnation than we would like, but there's less stagnation than a typical job where you pick your wrench up and you do the same thing.
But there's also the other side, which is how, like, one thing that I think like every content creator can admire about Shawnee is like, how do you like, it's like he has to deal with all the negativity coming from like Reddit and the community.
That's tough.
And he always has a smile. Like he's always smiling.
He's not only always smiling, but he's still like powering through. It doesn't like demotivate him or crush him to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, and like the other thing I spoke to him privately about is like sometimes I felt like his passion wanted to do more than he physically could. Like he always wanted to do more than he actually could, and he would sometimes seem a bit overwhelmed. But it's just something I really admire, I guess. So, but yeah. Anyways, do you want to go straight into the first topic?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to go through the RuneScape keynote reveals, and we're going to do them one at a time. I'll introduce the topic, and if I need to contextualize it with information from yesterday's stream where they did the Q&A, I will do so. But it's going to go my introduction, maybe a short opinion, then Omid's going to go, and then Maikeru is going to go. And we'll probably go off into tangents. We do have limited time today, but we are likely to talk about something for far too long. So anyway, first things
that introduction was too long.
Sorry. We're gonna all right. I'm baselining for the rest of the stream. Okay, first thing is next month in one update, we are going to be getting 120 Herblore, 120.
Okay.
What?
Sorry, I thought we was just going. I thought we were just going to go straight to 120 farming.
No. Well, no,
I was still in the introduction of this. Okay.
We're still in the introduction.
Oh god.
120 farming, Herblore, and ranch out of time. First thing we're going to discuss is 120 farming.
Okay.
So we got some extra information yesterday. The only level I believe we got was 119 for the money tree, but a lot of the secondaries from farming are going to be used in Herblore. So I definitely thought it was a surprise, these being the two skills they picked. Everybody thought it was going to be construction and summoning, or prayer and summoning, which they still might keep in their back pocket as a contingency update. But anyway, I was surprised as to the choice of skills, notably farming, considering they just nerfed player-owned farms, but it makes sense now in hindsight. And then when they said, this is going to be in November, this is going to be in a month's time, that was pretty shocking to me. But overall, I was pretty happy with it. What are your thoughts on it?
So let me just ask, because we had this conversation, right, a while back in one of the podcasts, but I'm curious what Maikeru's opinion is before we move forward.
Of the 120s?
Of 120s in general. Do you think
I don't know. It's like, I appreciate 120s, but I feel like 120s and a rework at the same time is a bit better. So like when they said about construction that they'd completely rework the skill in the survey and make it 120, I'd rather something like that probably. But then again, the way they've pitched farming and Herblore, I didn't expect them, but it makes sense and it seems like something very good for them to do. I feel like we need a mixture, right? We need to make the people who are already maxed happy with more 120s, more goals, more achievements, and then we also need to make people happy with reworks. So I think they're just trying to like mix up both.
So I think, Omid, I think just to add on to what Maikeru said, that these skills that they picked are the ones that least need the rework. So Herblore in particular, Herblore has been looked at as like, here's what a production skill should be. It gives you this untradeable, extremely valuable reward in overloads. It gives you a lot of content from 1 to 99. I think they just looked at the skills and said, which pair of skills least needs a rework, and we can add content, right? And farming and Herblore are the perfect pair, right? Farming, you get the secondaries for Herblore, and you can easily fill 21 levels of content. So I don't know. I think that's probably the thought process.
Yeah,
I could be
100%.
wrong.
That's probably why it's so nearby as well, because they don't have to do anything to the actual skill integrity, because that all just stays the same. Whereas another skill, they might not have been able to have got out until like mid next year, because they would have had to have worked on like fixing earlier stuff as well as later stuff, kind of
untangling the spaghetti. With construction for sure.
So sorry if I'm asking too many questions here, Maikeru, but I just want to get a sense of what your views are on like 120s and reworks and such. But so do you think, like, for example, something like construction, where the best methods for training XP being clustered across levels rather than being linear, if that makes sense, right? Do you think that needs a change in a rework? So
do you mean instead of it just being like level 10 progression, 20 progression, 30 progression?
Well, like how mahogany tables are like the best, but then the brokers are the best, and that's all the way through, right?
Yeah.
You're not really going like...
I feel like, it should have some type of, hey, look, this is better, because doing the same thing from, is it 74 or 73?
I forgot what levels.
Whatever Pranberg.
Yeah. So 74 or 73 is the mahogany ones, I think. And you do that all the way to 99, but that's like 1 mil skill XP till 13 mil. It's kind of like you're losing out on over, 90% of the XP required in other areas that they could have at least, I don't know, made something, right? There was a thing, what was it?
Contracts?
Yeah, like three years ago, the contract thing where you'd have to design someone's house, you'd get XP based on how well you design it to the plan and stuff.
Yeah.
Something like that would be perfect.
I like that too, but I think they'd lean towards something similar to like smithing, honestly, if they're going to rework the skill. And I'm personally not a fan of that, because the main thing I didn't like about the smithing rework is that it took away Artisan Workshop, which was one of my favorite skilling methods in the game, because it required a lot of attention, decision making, but it also rewarded you with the best XP in the game. It wasn't the only. It wasn't the only way to train the.
You're talking about ceremonial swords.
Ceremonial swords, yeah.
Okay.
So
Just
like,
perfect.
it wasn't the only way to like. Artisan Workshop was like such a good piece of content, right? It's my ideal type of skilling content where there is a AFK expensive method. Obviously, smithing being a viable to a degree, right? And there's also like a high intensity. It wasn't actually that intense. It was just a lot of decision making that you know, made you lose time. But I just love that, like the two side, right? Whereas it isn't that much anymore for smithing, in my opinion. That's what I'm kind of afraid of for the construction rework.
Yes and no with smithing. You got both sides, right?
It's just superheating, right? That's the only.
Yeah. I mean, it's not difficult, but you still got the reward for being active, and then the reward
Yeah,
for being
I guess
AFK and the contrast.
I guess I just like the decision making that was involved
fair.
in like, it's like Big Game Hunter, right? There's a lot of like constant decision making. It's not linear.
Yeah,
that's
instead
what I
of
like.
just spam clicking, you
Exactly,
actually have to do something. Yeah.
If you look at their criteria for picking skills to rework / raise to 120, I don't think such a diversity was one of their main talking points. It was mostly valuable for all players, provides a reward, no significant gaps in level requirements. So I think one of the main things they're going for is having that overload like reward. We just saw the
untradeable significant.
We'll get into the Blessed Flask in a little bit, which is the Herblore one. And then I don't think there technically is one with farming.
So farming is, we're assuming that farming, well, this is my assumption, and I think your assumption as well, Gunnar, but farming is just going to complement Herblore, right? Like
I think so.
A lot of the new farming.
99 to 120. Yes.
What do you think, Maikeru?
Yeah, they didn't say any other use for the stuff.
Yeah,
they literally said it's used in. Oh wait, no, there was one other.
Oh, they
thing.
did the potion of harvest.
The stackable food as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, prehistoric feasts. So prehistoric feasts and the potion of harvest. Potion of harvest. They didn't even say what the golden watermelons, heirloom tomatoes, cannonball cabbage. They didn't say what those would be for. Probably Herblore, but
cannonball cabbage.
Cannonball cabbage. That's what they called it.
You think that's gonna be an upgradable cannonball? Like, so it does.
No.
Oh, you don't think?
I already have.
I mean, that would.
Aura.
I mean, old school has something like that, right? Granite. Granite.
They do the
cannonballs?
granite dust.
Yeah.
Maybe then, I'm not sure.
But I mean,
that would be interesting.
I guess.
How would that be worthwhile though? Because you only farm one cabbage at a two cabbage.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea, but
I mean, if they did double damage, it probably still wouldn't be worth it.
Cannonballs are already really expensive. Anyway, I'm gonna go through 120 farming and what I think of it. I think the thing is that my only concern, I like it all except for, are they actually gonna make tree farming great again? That's my only concern. Everything else was really good because I mean, it's directly just it's gonna mainly just complement Herblore, right? But
mostly.
My only concern is that tree farming won't be good enough, and all the produce will be ridiculously expensive, but not expensive enough for people to want to do it. Because the way this is going to work is, I assume it's going to be like, imagine like papayas are super expensive, right? It might be like, Munkle Zunky numbers here, but like 20 mil an hour, right? If you do a papaya run, but
you're only 6 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And not many people are gonna go through that inconvenience of setting up a preset, and going, leaving your Slayer run and do a farm run.
So this is me playing devil's advocate, because obviously, Omid, we play largely the same. We got the same goals, really. So we're kind of at one end of the population. Right. So let me just play devil's advocate for a second. If it's 20 mil an hour and it's a 6-minute run, it's 1/10 of an hour. If you could make 2 million GP in 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, it was obviously
No. I mean,
okay.
these are just numbers out of our But so if you could make 2 mil in 6 minutes, there's people who do shop runs in this game, right?
Do they?
I think
still.
There's people who have trouble making money, believe it or not.
They maintain their bond or whatever by doing their shop runs every day. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. So I think people will farm their mangoes. They will farm their new cacti, their dragon fruits, whatever. And it's going to be super valuable for people like us, and it creates a healthy economy because we're willing to pay a little bit more for a better combat boost. Sorry. We're willing to pay a little bit more for a better combat boost, and they're going to go and do that content that we're not likely to make the effort to go do. So I actually think it's a pretty good balance. But if we want, we kind of just went over what the content was. So Maikeru, will let you go, and then I'll kind of go into specifics, and people can chime in as
with the 120 farming stuff.
Yeah, your opinion on 120 farming.
I feel like it's good, and I like the fact that they're tying it into Herblore and actually giving everything a use rather than like maybe just making some food that's going to be like dead content or going to be so expensive that no one will use it or something like that. Because even if potions are expensive, they'll still always have a niche use. So, for example, enhanced replenishments, right? They're really expensive because of the adrenaline crystals being so much money, but they still get a big use.
We'll get into those later
PBM
too.
And stuff, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, with the adrenaline crystal stuff. Yeah. But like, I feel like there'll always be a use for the potions they're making, so farming will always be decent. It may not be like the best money an hour, but if you're getting good XP and better XP than you were with the previous trees, then it would just be money on top of the XP that is now buffed. So it's a win-win, really, right?
Yeah, I think people are going to do it even if ranch out of time and player-owned farms continue to be the meta. I think people are going to do the farming, especially if certain components of it are untradeable. Like, I think they kind of teased that the money tree seed is going to be untradeable.
Like the crystal acorn, because they said it would be very rare, right? So
they said it would be very rare, and you need 99 farming to get it as a drop. So they did kind of tease that yesterday, and that was information we didn't already have. But no, I completely agree that some people will do it, and I just like to Omid and I are so far like outside the normal population for how we view content that I just like to contextualize for everybody that we know our methodologies are not necessarily popular. And we went through the annual survey, and that just and it's so hard for us to understand why some things are rated low and some things are rated high.
That annual survey results were quite
Hostilius was my least favorite part of that survey.
68 out of 80 for Hostilius. Are you?
I was.
Who plays this game?
I mean, I guess it didn't really like hype up Hostilius, and most people like that was like what 2017.
Yeah.
Like that was a very long time ago, and not many people will know about it.
And it didn't get much traction. Yeah, that's the issue. But I think it was gonna be so good. Like as a concept, it'd be perfect.
I don't know if people know all the specifics. That's the thing. I think if Pi kind of put out a dev blog, said, here's what I envision. Would you like this? I think it would be extremely popular. It's basically Telos 2 is basically what it is.
Basically,
in terms of mechanics.
But then also has a mode that's like QBD difficulty for an achievement.
Right.
I mean, it's basically, it'll take like what Telos did, right? Like Telos is still pretty accessible by like anyone, or like by a lot of like, I would imagine mid to high level players because Zero and Rage, but they'll just like fine tune it to be even better for like newer players and stuff, but also tend to like really high end players.
Yeah. Well, before we get too far off course.
But I wanted to add a bit more to what I was saying was that my only concern is tree farming. I would like tree farming to be the meta. This might be
it's not going.
It's probably not going to happen, right? But I think the Bible format of tree farming and the inconvenience and how you're limited mostly by time should result in it being the best. And I don't know how bad is player-owned farm now in terms of I've heard it's like 5 GB per XP, and it's
still better than tree.
It's like significantly better, right?
Yeah. So it was noted, since we were discussing the survey and stuff, that Hecilius was a tap originally. They did announce, and this is something we'll talk about, because isn't Epic Jam starting today? I think we'll go into this maybe very briefly.
Tomorrow, Thursday.
Oh yeah, that's right, Thursday, tomorrow. So they are replacing tap with FAP, which is
wait, is that what there's no way they called it FAP.
They didn't call they called it Fortnite, personal projects, but I'm just calling it FAP because it's hilarious. So I could see a universe in which Pi gets to hash out most of that on his FAP. So anyway,
okay.
Not to get too far off topic, but to Omid, to your point, so tree farming won't be meta for people who are solely interested in calculating out their TVC and what is the best thing for me to do based on a TVC of 72 mil an hour because I streak Telos, right? Like, people who do that are not going to do tree farming.
Yeah.
The average player who jumps at the chance to make 5 mil an hour, right? Will do tree farming, especially with the rewards we're going to talk about in a little bit from Herblore, which are the power boosts and the bombs, because they'll be able to make several mil per run, and there's going to be so many different runs. You could probably spend 30 minutes a day making 10 mil. If you can spend 30 minutes a day making 10 mil, 80% of the population will do that, and the other 20% will be the people paying for those extreme combat boosts. So I think it will all work out, even if for us, tree runs aren't the meta.
Well, when I said tree runs and tree farms, I meant mostly replanting for XP. But obviously, I expect a lot of people to be farming the produce from these fruit trees.
Well, there's so many more boosts now than there used to be for getting more produce, right? So
yeah, yeah, that's true. Also, do you think that the ranch at we might as well talk about ranch at a time as well while we're here. The ranch at a time is like, I don't know how much tree farms are going to be able to keep up with player-owned farm, because it seems like they're giving player-owned farm like a massive boost, right?
Well, yeah, because the level requirements are higher.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't actually consider that, but there's also the case of the 120 cape also having the increased health and happiness of all farm animals by 20%. But
it's only usable once per day, right?
Once per day. But that's a pretty big boost.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
I don't know if that actually changed anything, because you're not going to actually take out food because of that. You're the same food.
No, yes, you will. A lot of people will, because what you'll do is you'll have joyful immune Studley or whatever, right? You'll use your 120 perk, and 20% of so dragons give 200k XP at Elder, right? Or whatever they give. And that's at level 92 farming. So just think of what farming the highest Rex will be. So it's, let's call it 117 or 118. Doing that is probably going to be 500k XP, but you'll just use your cape and get a couple 100k, and that will be that. Like, you won't have to use any food if it's super expensive. A lot of people are unwilling to pay for mushrooms, unwilling to pay for all the more expensive.
That'd be like, that'd literally be 0 GP as well. So.
It's 0 GP, and it's not. It wouldn't be people's limiting factor. Here's the thing: most people don't get 5.4, soon to be 5.6 bill in 2 years, right? And you could do this methodology at 0 GP per XP, and it would take you like 3 years.
But that's assuming that most people aren't limited by time, and most people don't actually just want to rush it out.
That's true. No,
what you're saying is probably not appealing to like anyone, I would think.
It'd be appealing to people who want to save money as well, though.
That's true.
A lot of people do joyful immune, even after nerf. But pre-nerf, it was OP. Like, now it's So anyway, let's keep going though. So ranch out of time, just to contextualize it. 5 new pens, 2 large, 1 medium, 1 small, 1 breeding. So it's basically another player-owned farms.
Do you think you could put existing?
What?
Do you think you can put existing animals into those pens, or
You
just
cannot.
Anaconda? Okay.
It is confirmed
Okay.
that you can only put.
Your stuff carry over though, like your perks and stuff, which is good.
Yep. Oh,
And
so
there's new perks, right?
there's
yeah,
new
there's
perks.
one that increases barricade by a couple of seconds or whatever, which is pretty insane.
So there's 3 perks that they've told us. So the perks are as follows: the extra barricade duration that Maikeru just said, bomb conservation. So you have a chance to save the Herblore bombs, which is pretty good. Which again we'll talk more about in a bit. And then there's another perk that gives you a chance at extra big game hunter meat. So big game hunter. Obviously, Omid, we like the content. We think it's good in terms of gameplay, but the rewards are a little lacking, right?
Very
T3,
lacking.
T3, you lose money. So
Lacking in terms
Yeah.
of XP mostly. I
Well,
talked to
yeah.
Ryan about this at RuneFest. I was just telling him that I think that a lot of these high effort methods deserve to be the best no matter what for people. And even if they are the best, they still won't be played as much as like AFK-able content, but there should be an
Well,
option.
charming mobs are like nearly twice as fast.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Big Game Hunter
they
is
should
400k,
double
Charming
Big Game
Moss is
Hunter,
800k. Like, how does that?
So here's the thing, though, Omid. So where do you think you get the babies?
From killing the monsters.
From killing them or doing big game hunter, I thought.
Oh yeah, and Big Game Hunter.
Yeah.
Wait, did
So
they say how many new species? 14. How many Slayer mobs are
14.
there? There's 8?
4.
What?
Well, there's 4 dinos.
Oh, there's no
4
Vile Blooms are probably...
You can already farm Vile Blooms. They're not going to put them in the ranch.
So there's 4 and there's 9 Big Game
4.
Hunter. That's 13. So where's the last?
And we know there's Jadinkos, frogs, and salamanders.
Man. Okay, so
they definitely...
Huh.
I think they only have one one pterodon, one bipedal, and one quadrupedal. So they probably only have one Rex, one Tops, one.
Oh, okay.
pterodactyl.
So that'd be 3 from Big Game Hunter then.
Yeah, I think there's only probably
So 3 from Big Game Hunter. There's a salamander, Jadinko, frog, 6,
And then
there's
4
from
four
Slayer. But
from
then we're
drops.
missing 4.
We're missing 3, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. There might be 4 separate. There might be 4 separate color frogs,
Oh yeah, that could be true.
or 3.
But how would you get them?
4? 3? I don't know.
Actually, if I click on the frog,
3.
yeah.
It's free, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll just. I have the ranch out of time thing up, so we'll just keep going.
You got to remember quickly on that with
Sure.
the big game hunter stuff. The meat's actually going to have a use now as well. So even though it's a loss for tier 3 now, when
Right.
the meat has a use and you get the pets for the animals for player-owned farms, then it may actually be more beneficial.
For the
Hypothetically, it should
primal
be,
thing,
but-
right? What's it called?
Primal
Yeah.
Feast.
Primal Feast.
I
Now-
asked how it worked, and
okay.
now, when I spoke to the mod, he said it will have 4 food.
Mhm.
He believes it has to be split, but it'll be the most healing in one slot.
Yeah, I think they said yesterday's stream 2,600 times 4.
So split. When you say split, you mean like withdrawal, right?
Yeah, you can't like right click eat it. They said when I was
Okay.
speaking to them. I don't know whether they changed that now, but
You have to
you'll have to
empty
like
it, yeah.
empty it and then use it. Yeah.
Now,
So, I
because
don't-
of
I
that,
don't know
I
if that's-
can't. It like takes a lot away from it because with a lot of PVM, people just have their inventory full, so it's gonna be.
Yeah, exactly.
I think. I mean, I don't know how it works, but if you're limited to only having one of those, it wouldn't be that broken if you could just not have to split it, right? And I don't know if that's more of a game, like engine
I
thing,
think
but
that's the drawback of it having to split it because otherwise it's just best in slot food that's 4 times.
yeah, but
as
if you're only
useful.
limited to having one of them, like
Oh yeah, for
that's
sure.
what I
get
meant,
that.
right? But if you could have like multiple of them, then sure. But I think if you limit, like if you can have like multiple of them, they might not be used as much. But if you can only have one of them and it's really strong, if you're limited to only having one, it's really strong. It's going to be used by everyone, right? And I don't think it would be necessarily like OP either.
So
personally.
here's what I struggled with, and Omid, when we started talking yesterday, I still don't understand. Looking at the keynote, is your thought and what you heard was that they're going to add an extra use for the meat in Herblore.
They said potions during the yesterday's stream. They said that the meats are going to be used for potions.
So if meats are going to be used for the and again, they've said things that are just they've misspoken before, right? So I'm just curious if they actually will add a secondary use other than primal feasts for the meats in Herblore, or if not. So we'll see on that. That will hugely affect whether or not T3 hunting is profit or not.
I also think that
we'll
if you could have multiple of those feasts, the meats wouldn't go up in price to the point that change the big game hunter meta.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean they're already 30k each, right? So 30k
each, because we don't know what's gonna be
because
released.
we don't know what they're gonna do. So
yeah,
they're already factoring in that uncertainty. I could see it going down and T3 hunting becoming more expensive to do. It depends, but anyway, let's keep going. So the pens in Ranch Out of Time are built with base camp resources. So we did find that out, which is good. We needed more uses.
Cool.
Yeah.
Most people are capped, right? There's not a lot of rewards, so that's awesome. Animals are gathered through hunting/slaying. So hunting could mean you get Judenkos from trapping, which I think is the case. And then frogs, who knows? Maybe when you're poisoning your spears in VGH, you can get them. Who knows?
It'd be fun to figure out in theory.
So, there is a little patch of frogs south of the Papasaurus
yeah, you are
Rex.
right. Yeah, you are.
So maybe
you can only examine them right now.
Yeah,
right?
you can only examine them.
And they were going to be a low-level Slayer task, but they ran out of time before the Anachronia update. So they might add those in as a low-level.
Oh, is that actually
Slayer.
true?
We'll see.
I didn't know.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens, but that's how you get them. They are adding a pre-update period where you can get the untradeable, mind you, baby dinosaurs, reptiles, whatever. This is coming on Monday, so in 5 odd days.
What do you guys think of that? They've never done something like this before, I don't think. Have they? I think they did it with Telos. Was it the Telos key? I think you could get the Telos key before Telos was released. My memory is not very good. But what do you guys think of
They have done pre-release updates like this, but they've never made a separate UID to make the items untradeable so that people can't buy everything prior to the update. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
really like it.
I don't think you've ever been able to gather go out and gather resources for an upcoming update. That's what I meant. And I kind of like it, honestly.
I like that it's untradeable.
Yeah, obviously it had to be untradeable, but yeah.
Okay. Somebody made a good point. Before the farming skill, you could gather seeds. Some seeds.
Could you? Oh god, I don't remember that.
That's a long time ago.
That's a very long time ago.
Yeah, and they do it for logs, right? The clue log they gave you 3 months. Somebody mentioned where they tracked things.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yep.
But that's
true.
different. That's different. You're not actively preparing. You're progressing. For the update, but you're not preparing. So anyway, we'll keep moving. So there's new resources gathered from the animals that you farm, similar to the Chinchompa residue and the spider fangs, etc., etc. And those are likely to be herblore secondaries as well. We'll see. They might be ingredients for Potion of Harvest. Maybe the meat is used for Potion of Harvest.
Imagine if you could get meat from these. No way, right? No,
oh,
I mean you don't get meat from current animals in
They're not going to devalue
they're not going to.
BGH like that. And if they do,
nobody's
going to do it.
They're not going to because player-owned farm doesn't give you meat. So
I mean, it gives you full Chinchompas. It gives you...
doesn't give you chicken meat or beef from cows and stuff. So
it just gives you the secondaries. It gives you feathers from chickens and leather, hide from dragons. So anyway, I think Ranch Out of Time is interesting because if you look at the POF nerf, everybody was like, oh, they're just nerfing player-owned farms so they can sell more keys. And then they announced 120 farming and everybody's like, oh, tinfoil hat, conspiracy confirmed. Yeah. But then you think about it. How much XP is player-owned farms even currently? And then if you more than double that with a higher level player-owned farms, I think it makes a lot more sense from a balance perspective.
Sure. Yeah. They should have upped it straight after it was released, to be honest.
Yeah.
So many people got 200 mil just from player-owned farms.
Yeah, exactly. It was way too broken. It was what, like, I think it was like 7 mil a month, like, or was it a week or a month?
It's
7
like-
mil a month, I think it was, just for doing nothing.
It's like it was like 5 mil a week if you bought babies, and yeah.
Okay, then yeah.
If you waited for breeding, it was like 4 mil a week, I think. But anyway, so 120 farming in itself comes with the farming guild. So the manor farm is going to be replaced by the farming guild.
Did they reveal anything about the farming guild? Like they say?
Yeah, they did. They did. So there's going to be reputation and rewards, similar to the memorial to Gothics. So think things like more produce. The 120 farming cape perk already gives super compost, but you might be able to make more ultra compost or something. I don't know. I'm not even going to speculate on the perks. There's a lot of reward space there, but there's going to be perks. There's going to be an entirely new training method that's sort of like the construction contracts we talked about earlier. It's helping startup farmers by giving them the supplies they need.
They didn't reveal anything about that.
So like farmer, the sheep eating werewolf might say, oh, I want to farm jutes. Get me 30 jute seeds. And then you're like, God damn it, jute seeds are like 7K on the G. But that's what that's going to be like. And it could be pretty interesting. Contracts are usually, if not meta, then pretty good, especially if you're poor.
How would you feel about stuff like that where a NPC will tell you to get something that is easily obtainable on the G? How would you because they have the system where they can like track whether you gathered something or you didn't gather something, right? Remember that farming? What was it, the farming quest? What was it? Where you had to give the farmer.
So it was, oh no, it was the garden one.
Garden of Tranquility, yeah. Where it knows if you've actually harvested the produce or not. How would you guys feel about like doing it like that, where you can't just go to the GE it? Yeah, you can't GE it.
And they could make it a bit more rewarding as well, so that'd be quite good.
Yeah, it would make sense, right? Rather than actually just going up and buying something, you'd actually have to farm it, you know?
So I don't know, because they said you're helping startup farmers. If somebody were asking you for produce, it would make more. If somebody says, I need 20 golden watermelons, and you have to get the golden watermelons, I would like that. I think that would be amazing. But they describe it as helping startup farmers, which makes it sound more like seeds. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe
managing them.
It's just like another port.
Yeah, it could be.
I really like the contract.
I didn't really think about this much, but now you're making me think about it.
I really like the contract, right? Because with this potion of harvest, they've got a lot of new allotment crops. They've got new cacti. Because we know they can check, right? A lot of the achievements check if you've done X or Y. It can check if you've run clockwise around the statue in Sears Village, right?
Oh, yeah.
So there's a lot of weird things it can check for. So I would really like a contract system that makes you actually farm the whatever they're looking for, whatever the contract tells you to get. I think that would be awesome if it's made worthwhile through reputation, right? You want this reputation for the perks, you're going to have to farm weird stuff that you wouldn't normally farm.
Yeah. Also, I think we need to probably move quickly because we're 50 minutes.
Okay, all right.
I just realized that we're 50 minutes in and we...
Let's keep going. Yeah, so there's a remote farming
unless
machine.
anyone wants to add anything.
Yeah, Maikeru. Before we rapid fire the rest of 120 farming.
No, we've pretty much covered what we... Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I'm just intrigued on how they're actually going to do it.
Yeah. Okay, well, both of you feel free to chime in. I'm just going to go through fairly quickly the rest of 120 farming. So there's going to be a remote farming machine. It's a new invention machine that helps you keep track of all of your patches. Combined with the 120 perk of always super composting. Doesn't seem like it's going to be super useful, but interesting if you want to check your long grow time plots.
It's decent for the ones that have when you lobby, it can mess up the timers, right? On trees and things. So it might be quite good. Does it check trees?
I think it checks every farming.
It
guide.
checks
Then,
literally
it'll be
everything.
useful for that then, because there's been times where I've done a tree run and then like only half my trees are grown because they
Yeah.
should have been grown,
Yeah.
but the TIG system got messed up by like lobbying or whatever.
Yeah. So there's a new bloodwood tree, which is the second bloodwood tree outside the wilderness, which I guess is okay. They probably looked at the criminal prices and said it's not realistic for the average player. However, I think that's what made it worth doing for the people that did it. So
I don't think one tree will crash too much anyway.
Oh, and apparently there's like 4. I only knew the
really?
one. So
Yeah. I was gonna say it's more than
Um,
that's definitely more than 2.
Okay. So anyway, new bloodwood tree, fine, whatever. 4th unlockable spirit tree patch seems kind of useless for anybody who has the outfit. Like really useless.
No one really uses spirit trees anymore, I don't think, except for
Well, no,
for clues.
They're worth using for clues. But it seems kind of like a useless place to put it because the outfit exists.
Wait,
And
did they say where it's
and
gonna be? At the farming guild?
It's replacing. It is Manor Farm. Yeah, it's at the farm.
Wait,
You've
how
got
do
to
you-
teleport to Manor Farm.
You've got to teleport to Manor Farm, and you've also got the RD home telly.
Wait, I didn't know that the spirit tree patch was actually confirmed to be in the farming guild.
Yeah.
Was that? I don't think it was.
Yeah, it was. No, it was.
Oh. Well,
Hey,
maybe
someone
anyway.
in the chat made a good point of like it's a good spot to get to the spirit tree, so maybe you can
Yeah.
teleport to Manor Farm and then
Okay.
take the tree if you're like
If
saving money from like the rerouters or whatever.
the
That makes
drilling
sense.
rings. People still use drilling rings to get to spirit trees.
Yeah, people do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Or the invention spirit tree thing.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah.
let's continue. There's new cacti and dragon fruit. Obviously, herblore secondaries. 3rd constructible cactus patch goes along with what I just said. New high-level mushrooms, which apparently you get a lot of at once. So, like, think using the seeds to get the zygomites at the Mauritania patch. But with these, you get tomb shrooms, and I forget what the other one is. I just really like the name Tomb Shroom. So it's good that they're adding more mushrooms. We think those are going to be herblore secondaries too, right?
Yeah, I think everything's gonna be right.
Yeah, I think farming. I think the whole purpose of 120 farming, especially coming out
To
of
support 120
it's literally
yeah.
to support and complement
Yeah.
120 Herblore.
Yeah.
So there are new fruit trees, mangoes, avocados, and lychees. So
I thought it was lychee.
those, it might be lychee. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine.
lychee.
It's fine.
I'm messing with this. This is how it goes.
Just being really anal about everything.
I
Whatever.
like to tease Dragonseance.
So those same vein, it's going to be good to have higher level fruit tree seeds, right? It might make fruit tree farming closer to the meta, especially if the produce is super expensive. Anyway, the 120 cape perk we talked about. Patches are always super composted and increases health and happiness of all farm animals. So assuming player-owned farms and ranch out of time by 20%. So that's kind of it for 120 farming. So we'll move into 120 herblore unless anybody has some closing notes on 120 farming.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay, excellent. So 120 herblore. We're just going to go briefly into each of the potions and rewards, talk about their effect on the meta, etc. So first, that they talked about on the stream yesterday was weapon poison plus. And I think it was Orion who was like, people were getting on him for the name for plus.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of goofy, but I like it. It's better than like super extreme ultra. I think it's kind of unique in that regard, but they did change
I think
the
plus.
daggers.
I think having pluses is much better. Like even if you make like attack potions into pluses, it's just much easier for like the average player to like understand it. And
You can understand it's the 3rd upgrade very
Yeah,
easily,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
whereas who knows if super should be above extreme, you know?
That's true. You're right.
should
We
be
do,
below.
but if
Yeah,
they're
we
trying to
do,
make it
but-
more accessible and
Yeah,
consistent,
and it doesn't make a difference for anyone. Any of the existing players, no one's gonna care if it's plus or super. Or
So do you
ultra.
guys like Poisonscape? Do you like Cinderbanes being best in slot?
I don't like
95% of
Cinderbanes
the
being
game?
best in slot.
I feel like Cinderbanes took away a lot of other like gloveware, right? Because
Yeah.
now they're hybrid. If they weren't hybrid, then maybe they'll be a little bit better. But even then, they're just like kind of too good, right? You have to use them.
They are really good, but then also, again, I like to look at things from the noob perspective or the high level noob. Didn't they used to call those like tubes or something? But either way, the high level noob perspective, you have to use weapon poison for them to be best in slot, right? Unless you're not going to use like DTB or Nightmare Gaunts or something. So I don't know. I think they're very, very good, but they also haven't eliminated the uses of Death Touch Brace, Nightmare Gaunts, etc. And also not everything's poisonable. So
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I actually really like it because it's a way to increase DPS without directly upgrading your armor by adding like new poisons, like etc. But I could see how it's really removed the need for like the Dominion Tower gauntlets. When's the last time you used those?
I mean, the biggest concern was they basically removed the need for power gloves, like purely power gloves. Like even if they release like tier 92 power gloves, there's still no one's going to use them over the existing glove slots, right?
Like I never use the Trim Masterwork gauntlets, for example, because I always use Death Touch Bracelet or Cinderbanes. You know, there's no need for anything else.
Yeah.
So is that where we draw the line at armor being OP? Is that it is basically restrictive to using that? Do we think Cinderbanes are OP?
I would call something OP if it's used everywhere and it's cheap to use.
Cinderbanes are 150k repair, right?
Yeah. They're used across. They're used across all styles and they're super cheap to maintain. They are pretty expensive now too. Oh, they've been pretty expensive for quite a while.
Yeah, 33 mil right now, I think.
Yeah.
They went up to 37 before the Slayer log.
Yeah. So
I don't know if I would call it OP, but I just don't like
good.
Something just being used across everything.
It's like with skills as well, right? You've got safe cracking that's like OP because now it's like the meta from literally level 62 all the way to 99 or 120 or 200 mil. Even though Dwarf Traders is a tiny bit better, like the amount of effort that you put in for Dwarf Traders is insane. Like, you know what I mean?
At the risk of going too
Dwarf
far
Traders
off
like
topic,
significantly better?
At the risk of going off topic, the problem with Dwarf Traders is that you need Cheeky Monkey for it to be significantly better, and Cheeky Monkey's discontinued. So
that's true. Cheeky Monkey's one hit every minute, right? Blocks one hit.
Yes, but combined with the mask, you're basically never stunned. It's like 1.6.
Aura makes a huge difference there as well.
It's
just a lot of bonuses, right?
With 5-finger
a lot of
discount,
limitations.
So anyway,
and it costs money, but yeah.
Again, we're not going to get too far.
Right.
So my bad. Also, that was just me saying like how one thing consumes everything.
Maikeru, if you put your space bar to left click and you put your laptop under your desk, it's not as much effort.
I used is it mouse keys where you just spam number 5 on your numpad or whatever?
Yeah.
You know
that wasn't so bad or whatever.
I did it on my phone.
He did it
back
with
in
his foot.
2011.
He did it with his foot. He would put his
it's somewhere around here, but I have the speed pad that I did with my foot. Anyways, again, too far off topic. Next one is combined prayer and summoning potions. So where do you guys see this as useful? Do you think it is useful? Do you think it's going to be popular to use? Grover loads are popular now, but continue.
I think this is just an artificial way of making summoning pots cheaper. That's all it is. Because you're essentially using 4 doses of prayer pot and a crystal flask
and you get 6.
And you save. And out of that you produce essentially 2 doses of summoning pot, right? And a potion flask. Right?
2 extra. Yeah.
2 extra, and it saves you from using a potion flask, which is usually which is expensive, and using a 6 dose summoning flask, right? So it's just artificially making summoning pots cheaper, in my opinion.
And gives them a little bit of an extra boost with the prayer.
The thing with the prayer is that is it useful?
We're gonna get into it in a minute. It is probably not.
It will save you like 1 inventory slot. At most.
It's probably not useful at all because of Blessed Flask, which we'll get into.
That's true as well.
But You're not gonna take Blessed Flask or Potion or any kind of like super restore if you have like 4 combined prayer and summon.
That's true. That's true.
At like
Absolutely.
any boss, right?
Yeah. So that's true. I think it's going to be interesting to see if there is an enhanced or a super summoning potion between 99 and 120.
I was thinking of that.
Because summoning is going to get an increased focus with ancient summoning, which we'll talk about. Hopefully, we'll get to it this stream. But yeah,
I
can
can
see
stay a
there
bit
being a
longer
super
if
one.
needs to be.
Okay. We won't hold you up too much. We'll try to keep going here. Charming Potion. This is the one that I was taken aback by. So Charming Potion gathers summoning charms at double the rate for both combat and skilling. Is this even necessary?
No.
Personally, I don't think so, because you get your 200 mil combats, right? And then you have way more than enough charms.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of catered to people who do like Spirit Warriors or what else is ED3. So a lot of people do ED3 for combat training. Shattered Worlds. There's a lot of things that give a ton of combat XP, but no charms.
ED3 gives good charms.
It gives good charms. Okay.
Does it?
Yeah, it gives loads of blues.
I didn't.
Yeah, but
does it give enough
in ratio
to
of combat
counterbalance
XP?
I think it was at like 110 blues an hour, which isn't bad.
Right, but it doesn't compare to the 1.5 million combat XP an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, the ratio of combat XP too.
Yeah.
I was confused. I was like, no, that's a good... Yeah.
Obviously not like all of these new potions aren't going to be like best in slot, like across the board useful, but I think they will, like, it's hard coming up with a lot of these ideas, and I think some of them will have to be like fillers where they aren't just like useful for everyone, but they have their use for some people.
You ready for this big brain theory?
Okay, hit me up.
When 120 summoning comes out and they rework it at the same time, because you know it's going to happen, they're going to do that rare chance of spawning an increased powered familiar. So if you're making Steel Titans, which you won't be because there will be better stuff, you have a 1 in 100 chance of getting an empowered Steel Titan that has better stats, etc. And so you'll need more and more charms to make more and more pouches
to get
like these
that.
Enhanced familiars. So I'm just going by what they've said in the past. That's something that they said that they were exploring.
I'll tell you what I would prefer is like crushing like 100 or like 50 crimsons into one to like make the...
Yeah.
I don't like it being RNG.
I would prefer that too. I would prefer that, absolutely.
Like something like
maybe
that.
that's something that they could do, yeah.
Maybe not 50. 50 is a lot. But like a lot of people have like an abundant amount of charms,
exactly.
to be fair. So,
and if they've got that potion now and stuff, 50 wouldn't even take that long to get, right?
And if you're training summoning by using a familiar, it's gonna be beneficial.
Maybe summoning will will become such good GP per hour that's actually worth gathering charm.
Right.
Like people start actually gathering charms and use this potion because it's just good money.
Right.
And it's worth doing.
To crush them to make these ultra powerful familiars to sell to other people.
Where did this elite summoning familiar come from? Because you gave me excited, and I feel like it might not be even a thing.
Last year they talked about like a concept for a summoning rework.
Oh, it's gone, dude.
This was like
it's
14
last
months ago. This was like in the scheme of things, they've already forgotten.
I think this is what's translated into the ancient summoning, is it not?
Ancient summoning.
Yeah.
Yeah, because never mind. We'll get into it. So Charming Potion as summoning stands, I don't think it was necessary, but if they are going to rework summoning to a different type of training, it might be amazing.
Like,
so we'll see.
Ancient summoning could be like bad XP per hour, but really good GP with a high charm use.
Yeah.
Could be.
That's what I would want. I hope they don't do just a separate new charm. I hope they have like...
The secondaries are probably going to be found through archaeology. So Anyway, we'll keep going. Potion of Harvest and Primal Feast. So Potion of Harvest, regular allotment produce will mutate into Mega Awesome. These are their words, not mine. So Golden Watermelon, Rainbow Sweet Corn, Cannonball Cabbage, etc., etc. Mutated allotment produce combined with Big Game Hunter Meat can make the best in slot Primal Feast. Primal Feast can be unpacked into multiple portions in your inventory. We talked about this. 2600 times 4 is the likely result. So it's going to be a huge amount of healing per inventory, but you don't use food most places.
Yeah,
and if you do, you're going to use food that doesn't take adrenaline.
Yeah, it's just going back is just the biggest issue is having to withdraw. I think if you're just limited to only having one on your account and it being really good, it would be way better than, yeah.
It depends on the cost as well.
It's going to be really expensive because it's going to be dinosaur meat, right?
Exactly. So what would be the point in spending so much money on something that isn't that great? Like,
yeah.
No one who would normally take, Sourfish or something somewhere, who doesn't care about losing a little bit of adrenaline, who's not like top tier PVM or whatever, would potentially take that if it didn't cost too much, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're exactly right about, like, if someone's... Sorry. I lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
Yeah, if someone's going to actually need this, it's not going to be worth it for them, basically.
Right, exactly. And for the people whom it would be beneficial for, like a best-in-slot healing, it takes adrenaline. So they're not going to use it because they just use blubbers anyway. Yeah. So I think it's going to be largely useless unless they add something that's really an endurance test, which they really should. Like, I think the skilling boss should have a blight effect or something. We talked about this. The skilling boss should definitely have like a blight effect or something where it's unavoidable damage. It's just a sustenance battle. And then you got to wait for, like, you got to tank the boss and survive while the skillers clear whatever.
Like Wintertop.
Wintertop. Like Wintertop. Yeah. So anyway.
And that food would be better if they do something like that in the future. So maybe they're thinking about the future and maybe it's going to have better uses eventually or something like that.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, Omid hates it when I look at current content or proposed content and say, well, this would be really good if...
Well, no, because sometimes I feel like some of your theories are just unrealistic and just way too hopeful, but maybe that's just me being pessimistic. I don't know.
All right, we're going to end the Attack Dragonseance segment of the stream and we'll keep going. So, yeah, Omid.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, do you know what they're going to use for extreme prayer potions? Do you know how that is made? Is that made from super?
We know it's a super. We know it's a super plus a secondary yet to be named. So it's probably a secondary from 120 farming or from Ranch Out of Time. So, yeah. The next one was Extreme Prayer Potions anyway. So Extreme Prayer Potions are coming out. Hopefully everybody's been visiting Robinhood in the Port Phasmatis Inn for the last, 9 years. And has all their wyvern bone meal ready to go so they can make their extreme
prayer potions aren't going to be that good, right? How many cases are super prayer potions actually used already?
Hold on, do I have to get closer to my mic? Extreme prayer potions are used to charge the Blessed Flask. They are the only thing that can charge the Blessed Flask.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So...
Well, I don't know. I think with the combined prayer and summoning Blessed Flask is going to be expensive.
Yeah.
And it's going to be expensive to upkeep, right?
Yes.
Who makes super prayer potions? Who's going to go through the inconvenience and the daily scape of making super prayer potions and then to also make it into extreme prayer potions?
So, it really depends. If we get more towards a shift of using super summoning flasks, your inventory space is going to be more and more useful.
I just thought about if they need to make a super summoning flask. Why? Because it would balance the combined prayer and summoning potion.
Yeah.
They actually need to make a super summoning flask. Now that I thought about it, it would actually be a good balance. If they don't, then combined prayer and summoning potion is going to dominate your inventory, which means you're not going to need prayer restore for
the Blessed Flask.
You're just not going to need prayer potions or super stalls, right?
You basically don't need prayer potions with a lot of the current meta anyway. You need
I'm just saying, right? Even at bosses it just removes the need, at a lot of bosses.
So if they come out with super summoning, then the next topic is the Blessed Flask, right? So they said it's super time consuming to make and it represents the like masterwork. Exactly. So it's kind of similar in that time commitment, but it's the untradeable overload-like reward. They're trying with every skill rework or new skill, they're trying to add something that is this hugely beneficial reward to your character, like a permanent
love
boost
that.
to your character. I love it too. It's amazing.
I love it. What do you think,
Maikeru, how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel like everything should have that be-all, end-all goal that really rewards you for completing the content, but I don't know whether this is it, because it just doesn't seem worth it for this, but then they might make it different to, based on feedback or something, because right now, if you're going to have to do daily scape to upkeep it, it's just horrible, whereas if you're comparing it to something like Masterwork, you can just buy it off other people. So if they make super prayers tradable, then sure. But at this current state, for the people that would actually use the flask and get good use out of it, they're not going to do the daily scape to upkeep it. They'll probably just sacrifice that one inventory slot or whatever.
Yeah. Well, with Boss Portal, the people who are going to use Blessed Flask anyway can use Boss Portal.
Yeah, so, exactly.
I don't know how useful it's going.
How can they make it better?
How can they make it better?
Just tradable. I don't think tradable super prayers would be good enough.
No, we just said how we make it more valuable indirectly by making your inventory space more valuable through super summoning. So
yeah, that's true.
Right.
Basically, the Ripper Demon familiar, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is currently OP. Like they're in-house playtesting for the Ripper Demon familiar. It's amazing. So, and it's amazing because of the spec scroll. So if you need spec points to do the best DPS, your inventory space becomes more valuable. And once your inventory space is more valuable, indirectly, the Blessed Flask is more valuable. So I think that's all they need to do.
What? Oh, wait. What if...
I'm waiting.
Oh my god, my head hurts. What if Blessed Flask increases your cap, like your summoning point cap?
Ooh,
like as a buff.
Yes.
I feel like we're tying so much to summoning points and we're not thinking outside the box there.
Like, it's blessed because it's prayer. I doubt it's going to touch summoning.
I'm just thinking of like how you could directly buff the Blessed Flask.
I mean, that would be a good relic. That would be a good relic.
Yeah.
Depending on like the relic chart.
Because I was thinking the reason I thought that because it's already pretty hard to not over pot with summon pots, right?
Yes.
With the incense sticks.
Yeah.
But with super summoning pots, you're gonna over pot. Like there's gonna be a lot of like wasted summoning points from drinking them, right? So that's why I was thinking.
Hopefully there's either a relic that allows summoning to go over. They reworked the totem on Anachronia because it's currently trash to make it so you can go over like 70, 75, or 80 summoning points max.
Yeah, or maybe the new familiars will start like using like 60 points, which is the current max, right?
Oh my god, that would be... Can you imagine how much damage the Ripper Demon spec would have to do?
The Calgarian one could be like that because that is more of a buff special attack. Yeah. It gives everyone a crit strike for like a period, which is
okay.
It also sounds like they're moving towards a lot of like crit. It could be a crit potion.
I said this like with because I thought it was going to be summoning that was getting reworked.
Yeah,
getting a 120 and stuff. And I said, like, people were like, oh, but what would you have? Because, we've already got accuracy, we've got, like, Titan for damage, we've got Yak for food. It's like, but we have nothing that does crit chance, crit damage, max crit hit, like Grimoire or pairs with it perfectly or something. And there's so many different combos that you could have with gear and familiars that then would lead to being really good. Because if you go to racks now, isn't it if you have the tier 99 prayer and tier 92s and everything, like you pretty much have 100% accuracy and then it's familiar immune and stuff anyway, so you could get such a better familiar at racks, for example, with
then Blood Knight help. Then Blood
Knight. That's you could come up with like 100 ideas for like utility, right, for PVM, for example. Like the potential is endless in my opinion. I don't think it necessarily needs to just be tied down to just direct damage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Tangent alert.
Oh god.
We're getting back.
Okay.
Drops are being added to Slayer and PVM that can be converted using Herblore into adrenaline crystals. So we know where adrenaline crystals come from, the Wilderness shared drop table currently. They drop in like 6 to 15, I think. So, and they're like 250k.
I think they dropped more than that because I got 18 yesterday when testing the muddy chest.
Okay. So wait. Okay, maybe it's like 5 to 20, but so they're
20,
they're like 250k a piece. They're some insane amount, and they're gonna add a way to make them. Now we're about to get into power burst potions, but and we'll talk about the adrenaline crystals there. First of all, do you guys like that they're making adrenaline crystals available from something other than Wildy Slayer? Do we feel like that devalues the recent update that is Wildy Slayer?
I'm gonna guess you obtain them from Wildy skilling as well, like shards of adrenaline crystal. Oh, maybe not even shards. You just get like one every couple of minutes.
Well, the TLDW has it written up as drops added to Slayer and PVM.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. They're adding it to everything then.
Yeah. So
as long as they don't make them too common, I feel like it would still give them some value, but they are too expensive right now, right?
Yeah.
So they might be too expensive, and we're going to get into... Actually, I'm going to skip forward, and then we'll go back, because this is more relevant.
Okay.
Power Burst Potions. One of the best parts of 1.0.
Oh, dude, this shit fucking hyped me up.
Super hype.
Dude,
like,
who isn't excited for this?
So I've got goosebumps. Like, Power
wow,
Burst
you
Potions.
nerd.
So... I'm gonna.
But yeah, I am really excited. This is stuff that I think excites players, right? And it's balanced by time limitation and potentially cost. And I love that,
exactly.
Right? Like, what did they say? They said that these potions are gonna last like 5 to 10 seconds.
6
and then
to
they've
10.
got a cooldown on them as well.
Okay.
In like a 2-minute cooldown. So let me just describe for everybody. Power Burst Potions, very short-term effects, extremely powerful. The ones discussed on yesterday's stream are. One doubles your health pool. So you go from, example, 10,000 to 20,000 health, right?
Wait.
Your current HP doubles. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
And then after your 6 to 10 seconds, your HP is halved, and your constitution, your overall life point pool is halved. So it's amazing because the instantaneous heal is double the damage you take over that 10 seconds, because losing half of less HP is highly beneficial, right?
Wait.
Also, you can face tank more mechanics.
What about using it alongside Onslaught? Would that work, or is it not long enough?
It's probably not long enough, right?
Yeah.
Because that last hit of Onslaught will KO you every time.
Yeah.
Do you know exactly how this works?
Yeah, the newer mod on the left during yesterday's stream described it exactly how I described it.
Okay, so if you're 8k HP, you go up to 16k.
Correct. And then after the 10 seconds is over,
it gets half.
Say you're at 8k. Say you're at 8k, you go down to 4k.
Okay.
So you would have gained 8k, but lost 4k.
Okay. Right.
So it's beneficial in terms of sustenance, healing, and it's beneficial as a face tank.
Or is it one inventory slot per potion?
It's one inventory per 4 doses.
Oh, damn.
So much power, like any
That's
big
better than I thought it was.
Any big hit, you can just use this instead of like timing disruption shield or res or let's say like if you.
But, yeah.
I think people would take this to something like that, to like Telos especially, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be huge. So it's a power burst, right? It's hugely strong.
Yeah, I really like a lot of these so much.
So the next power burst, which is apropos considering the previous discussion about adrenaline crystals, is it gives you 40% adrenaline over 6 seconds is what they discussed yesterday. So it's going to be the super replan or whatever, enhanced again to be 40% over 6 seconds. So basically you can use an ultimate, you use this power burst, and it gives you 40% during the duration of your ultimate. So you can get like 5 thresholds off under.
I'm just really curious on the math on this.
Combining that with the new archaeology thing that gives you 10%.
Right, and vigor. And vigor.
Well, yeah,
ultimatums.
But, yeah.
And ultimatums.
I'm just curious in the current meta how that would be executed. Like, for example, like, it just depends, right? It depends on the intervals. It depends on how much adrenaline you get. Because like you could like use this before you hit 100%.
So Omid, 6 seconds is 10.
Wait, is it 6 seconds? You said 6 to 10 seconds for these potions.
So 6 to 10 is what they discussed, but I'm just, for math's sake, I'm using 6 because it's 10 ticks. So if it's 6 seconds, you gain 4% per tick. So it just ticks up 4. I'm
not saying that this wouldn't be used everywhere. I'm just saying I wonder how much of a difference it would make. Right. Also, does it share the same cooldown as a Dren Pod?
It does.
Yeah, I mean, 100% it would. That was
If it didn't, then that'd be just
I just thought about it for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
You could natty instinct into alt again. So, but anyway, so crazy these power bursts. The last one is kind of the most interesting because it's not a direct upgrade to anything we already have. It's just insanity. So basically, you can use unlimited surge.
Oh yeah, this.
Yeah.
Dude, this sounds so much fun.
Unlimited bladed dive as well, or is it just surge?
It was bladed dive as well. I'm pretty sure.
I think so. Yes.
Because it just be bladed dive surge, bladed dive surge, bladed dive surge.
Yeah,
like
right.
Dude,
So
that'd be so much fun. Like that's
they have a GIF internally of somebody starting at Shanty Pass and getting to Menaphos in 6 seconds.
Jesus.
Wait.
What the hell?
I guess that is 10. Yeah, I guess that is possible. Well, assuming that Menaphos is like 300 squares away, right?
Yeah.
God damn.
Oh, I think chat is upset about GIF, but that's unfortunate
GIF.
for
Everyone
them
knows that.
because it is GIF. Anyway.
I mean, the creator said it was pronounced GIF, but he's wrong. So.
Oh my god! All right.
It's like Papeja, dude.
All right, so we're gonna backtrack a little bit. Elder Overload. So exactly, it is what it is. It's a better Supreme Overload, or you can make an Elder Overload Salve, which is better than a Supreme Salve. So it's just an extra 1, which is further powered by prayer being a percentage boost, etc., etc. It's just a better overload. First things first, they posited yesterday that, okay, now that we have this, we can make more powerful bosses for once, which was kind of like an olive branch to the PVM.
Yeah, who said that? Was that Mod Ryan?
I thought that was Orion.
Oh, was it Orion? Okay.
That was Orion.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So Orion kind of extended this olive branch, I felt, because there wasn't really any PVM reveals from RuneFest. They said God Wars 3 next summer, but didn't really say anything about it.
I spoke to them, so they said it'll run the normal way with God Wars Dungeon. Yeah. There'll be 4 bosses and then 1 in the middle. They said the middle one most likely won't be solo, but the other ones on the outside will be massable and soloable and grouped, whatever.
Like God Wars
and
2,
then the middle one, they'll make the hardest boss in RuneScape.
Okay.
But so that is not going to be released within a year, though, right?
They said that the main middle boss may come out slightly after the other 4, but they want to do them fairly close together, and it'll be
okay.
2020.
How long did Telos come out after God Wars 2? Does anyone remember?
I think it was like a month, wasn't it, for Telos? No, actually, it was longer than that one.
It was.
2-3 months.
Okay.
So it's really interesting because they added some information yesterday that you just kind of repeated, that the 4 exterior bosses or Elder God Generals are not much more difficult than God Wars 2. So I think that's kind of interesting because the players are getting stronger, and to Orion's point, having things like Elder Overloads, Archaeology Relics, Herblore Bombs, which we haven't even talked about yet, they're just making the player more and more powerful. So do we need more difficult stuff? And thank you for adding. Omid and I didn't know that it was confirmed that there was going to be a 5th boss.
Yeah, and after the Q&A, we spoke to like the mods and stuff, and they're planning on doing that.
I knew there was going to be a 5th boss. I just thought that it wasn't planned to be released right now. That's what I think I heard.
So
they want to, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty good if they can release them in a similar time frame, right? So if the 5th one comes out, we're getting a lot, and I don't want to say a lot because it sounds pejorative. It sounds like I don't like it. We're getting a lot of power boosts in the next 4 months.
You said it. I can't believe you just said it here, dude.
I didn't say power creep. I avoided it intentionally.
Okay.
Anyway, we're getting a ton, though.
So we're getting a lot all at once, which I really like, right? 99 times out of 100, I would rather have slight power creep or controlled power creep than stagnation. 99 times
that's
out of 100.
every existing player feels like that. They might say that they don't like it, but in reality...
Power leap, Omid. Power leap.
Dude, I can't believe power leap became a thing. That's such a meme, dude. It's like... Maikeru is broken now. You broke him, Gunner. What do you think about?
Do you share that opinion, Maikeru?
For what?
That like
Power creep is
when
bad.
you're looking at power creep versus stagnation, are you more in favor of controlled power creep, or what's your opinion?
I mean, there needs to be some type of increase in power. Like, you can't just be the same person all the time and then they release something and it not be better because no one's going to buy it. So it needs to have some type of power creep, but the bosses do need to get stronger as well. Exactly, yeah. They can't keep the bosses the same and then be like, hey, this boss drops a tier 95, but it's easier than what Telos was, or it was easier than what Solak was. Because then it's like, what's the point in this tier 95 now? Because, like, it just makes everything else easier and then a new easy boss to get it from, you know?
So you first, Omid.
Well, I just think power creep is just exciting, right? I think it's just fun. Like the unlimited surges and stuff, like it's just fun to see what you can do with all these. And these are just a few power burst potions that they've revealed. Like,
that's not all of them.
It's just like exciting, right?
It's it's going to cost money at the same time, right? So like, it's not going to be a necessity. Right. It's going to be a helpful thing.
Orion did use the example of using the surge one during clue scrolls, though. Yeah. So it makes me wonder how expensive it's really going to be. I guess we'll see. But to the power creep thing,
it'd be really fun to watch someone like speed run clues and with that. Yeah. I don't think you could handle it, right? You're not gonna you're gonna lose ticks. You're not gonna be able to optimize it because that's a surge blade dive every tick, right? So
plus there's not that many parts of. I mean, it's elite clues it'd work with, but for like hards and stuff, it just wouldn't work because there's so many emote clues and stuff. You'd always be in combat, or you have so many teleports now. You literally just teleport so close that half the time you can only get one bladed dive and then you can stop to make sure you're outside of combat.
You'd waste your power boost basically.
Yeah.
You could, because you can already use double surge, so double surge bladed dive. So I do think what they said recently, though, about no more dead content and the fact that they're not going to be afraid to make older content less relevant speaks more to this controlled power creep mentality, which I'm a big fan of. I think the game's been largely stagnant. Like, they add new content, but it's not as hype as it could be because the player's not getting much more powerful. People aren't going to put in. We will, right? We will. But the average person won't put in dozens or even hundreds of hours for like a 1% benefit. So a little bit more power creep, I think, is appropriate for game direction. But anyway, we'll keep going. Elder Overload.
I just want to add one tiny little kind of thing on that. Sure. Power creep's good, but also like what I've spoke about in the past, like June Song and people like that, is the things that I like the most when they're implemented is when something is stronger, but also changes the way you play. For example, 100%. The Eldritch crossbow spec changes how you play with that bow. Absolutely. And then you have like mutated barge. Well,
mutated barge, I was going to bring up.
It changes everything, right? So instead of them just releasing something that's just a straight up, hey, 2% more damage, it's like, hey, you can get up to like 5% more damage, but you need to work for it. Kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, Omid and I talked about this at length when we talked about weapon diversity. RIP. So when we talked about weapon diversity, the best proposed perks were the ones that changed your gameplay. They're the ones that made you make decisions on the fly. Changed like the Hasta, right? Two-handed abilities. Anyway, shield abilities, whatever. Yeah. So. Anything that changes the way you play, obviously more beneficial than slightly higher numbers, right? But we'll keep going. Elder Overload, it obviously depends on how they balance it, right?
Yeah.
What the secondaries are.
They said that they initially proposed the idea of making Elder Overload salves by using them with Supreme Overload salve. Which was crazy because then you'd need 2 overloads to make this potion, which is, and I think they should just replace the Supreme Overload in the Supreme Overload salve with the Elder Overload, if that made sense.
I think that's smart. Smart.
So
we'll see what they do. Nothing is final about the recipe, but they've got only a couple weeks, so we'll see. The penultimate part of 120 Herblore is craftable bombs. So this is an entirely new combat mechanic. There's 3 mentioned, which are poison bombs, sticky bombs, and vulnerability bombs. So you can throw them up to 9 squares away, which is SGB range or any max range. And they hit a 3x3 area, so you can hit 10 squares away. any enemy that walks into this cloud that comes from the bomb will be affected by whatever the effect is for whatever the duration is. So vulnerability, if it walks in the cloud, it gets vuln for a minute. Sticky, if it walks in the cloud, it gets stunned or bound for however long. Poison bombs, obviously poison. So definitely really interesting. Works off GCD, by the way. So they confirmed that yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a shift to the meta. I could see these being extremely expensive.
Yeah, especially like the Vuln one and stuff, right?
Yeah. I'm just thinking about how if using them can be a bit clunky though, because we don't know how it's going to be used. But Gunnar, you suggested yesterday that it'd be like bladed dive. Yeah.
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 So basically,
I spoke to the mods as well about this. And they said you can throw multiple at the same time, like multiple if you want to. And the way you throw them, it ignores everything that is there. It just targets the tile that you're hovering over.
Okay.
So you press it, you hover over a tile, you click, and then it just goes there.
So it's exactly like, oh, I was right for once.
Okay. Yeah.
So
how would you guys feel about not having to left click it?
What do you mean?
Not having to right click, you mean?
No, having to like, you know how you like select it, then you left click the tile. What if if when you just selected it, it would just like left click the tile that your mouse is over?
Well, you haven't selected the tile until you click, and your mouse is over. You could be moused over your interface. So if you have,
I'm sure they can track that, right? You understand what I'm saying? Right?
I do.
So it's just removing a left click from the
Yeah, when
action.
you press it, it goes where your mouse is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But that won't. Yeah, but then if someone wants to do it who's not the best at PVM, they may.
I would
wanna,
imagine it's
like,
easier.
Click it from their inventory or something instead of key binding it.
Oh, yeah. I'm saying you can keybind as yeah.
Oh, okay. If you key bind it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends what they can do with the whole system or whatever.
I mean, why doesn't Blade Dive
It could just
work
be
like
an
that?
option.
Actually,
It could just be an option, a quick cast option.
Yeah.
A toggle.
I guess you wouldn't with Blade Dive. I guess you wouldn't be able to right click either. I think I just realized it's not. It wouldn't work. I don't think. But
I mean, it can work because RuneScape does recognize.
Yeah, I'm just saying practically. I don't think it'll run into problems. I was just thinking of like it working the same way for Blade Dive, but in some cases for Blade Dive you want to right click a target, which you wouldn't be able to do if this was in place.
Omid, use your influence and tweeting powers and let them know. Anyway, so last thing about 120 Herblore, and then we'll just go into closing notes, is the perk. So 120 Herblore perk is the passive is you can now create overloads, supreme overloads, elder overloads in batches of 5. So it's a new item in the craft screen. And you use 20% fewer ingredients. So you use the required resources for 4 of those overloads, and you make 5 of them. So it's a 20% cost reduction to Elder and other overloads. Do you guys like that? I mean, all it does is decreases once you're 120 or 200 mil the cost of PVM sustenance. How do you guys feel about that?
You want to go or me?
When it says in batches, right?
Batches of 5. Yeah. So there's a new creation.
So does it just make 5 in one go?
Yes.
Okay. Why does it say using 20% fewer ingredients?
Because it would only cost the ingredients of 4, like you just
said.
Okay.
Sorry, I was playing my notes.
Someone wasn't listening.
I was.
It's par for the course, Maikeru. I start talking, he stops listening.
In my head.
I think it being faster is fine. I don't know about using 20% fewer ingredients. Maybe for the older potions.
I think it's just a reward for being like, hey, you're 120, you're a master at this, have a bit of a, cost reduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice for PVMers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
We'll see. I do like that it reduces the amount of time you have to spend.
Yeah, you've also got to remember that we're looking at it from our perspective. Not everyone has 120 Herblore.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not going to be cheaper for everyone who's hit by this update because people are going to make the overloads to get to 120 as well. It's going to help the people that are going for 200 mil or then need further overloads or upgrades if they are already 120 or 200 mil for PBM.
How do you guys feel about these perks being, a lot of these perks being behind like 120s?
This
I like
one in
that,
particular, I like it because of what Maikeru said. It's your reward for skill mastery, really.
Right. I'm just thinking like maybe you just unlock these passives. Like how about you just unlock passives as you level up in skills? Is that a thing in any skill?
I mean, you get 99 and 120. I guess that's kind of how they.
Well, no, I was thinking like for example, with Hunter, you get like you can place more box traps as you level up. That's like a like a passive buff you're getting every 20 levels, right? Like something like that. I've never thought about it, but like what if
it's only
like
just unlockables instead of just passive, right? So like for Herblore, you get the scroll and you get the botanist and add-on stuff like that.
I was just
we
thinking
need a screen to track all our passives.
I was just thinking like 120 is like really high. I was thinking like something like this would be a nice reward at like 105, for example.
But
110.
it'd be too OP at 105, I think.
Would it?
I mean, especially now that the skill's going to have all of the extra unlocks, you haven't done enough of the skill to be like rewarded that heavily, right?
Especially because it's so fast.
Yeah, it's like 20 something mil XP. Like
I
that's
guess
not even 10% of the max you can get.
I guess the XP per hour would be like crazy with this. Actually, I didn't even think about that.
It is crazy, especially with like the escape method closing the bank. Like you're gonna hit 6 mil an hour.
I think things like this, like where you produce more, should be at the sacrifice of XP and GP. You know what I mean? Like, so for example, I had an idea.
It would have to be one, not necessarily both.
No, I was thinking a while ago, like you could have like a machine produce you overloads, but one, it'll take a long time. Two, you get no XP, and three, it'll be more expensive to produce. Like you need more parts.
You're talking like the invention machine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine.
Like I think at the side, like for I'm mainly like speaking for PVMers, right? People who care about PVM don't care about XP, right? And have an abundant amount of GP. Like it'll be aimed at those people. They just don't want to like sit there and skill. And I'm speaking for this.
This is also aimed at those people.
Yeah, I'm saying like this, like should be, and like if you wear the cape, you should, and you do this. Maybe even make like, I don't know, maybe give you like 50% less XP for something like this.
Well, so that's kind of like just an invention. That's just an invention upgrade, right? So they can do that.
No, I'm speaking about the 120 Herblore perk. Make it in batches of 5. Reduce, like, give you 50%.
You can't remember it's the only overload part though. Like you'd still have to make all the extremes normally.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it'll give you the XP faster, but like the end result's the same. You're just getting your XP a little bit quicker at the end.
Yeah, but you're saving a significant amount of time.
All right.
Depends how many you make.
Let's keep moving. There's a quick summary of why farming in Herblore. Just gonna glean through it very fast. Both have a significant amount of content, 1 to 99, and Herblore is completely stacked at the high level. Again, Jagex is weird terminology. Farming is one of the most popular skills, largely due to recent update player-owned farms. More importantly, the two skills supplement and enhance each other, which is why they chose to do them together. As a development team, they have criteria, which I spoke to earlier, that they need valuable content unlocks at every level. Milestones are worth aiming for, and not to feel like complete grind, which is totally true of both of these skills because they're so freaking fast.
Yeah.
And then a closing note for these, they're going to add a 6 or 9 month grace period for comp/trim, but not for MG. Obviously, you're going to have to get, like with Archaeology, new levels. Max guild's only 99 still, obviously. But yeah, 6 or 9 month grace period for comp and trim. So that's it for farming in Herblore. Do you guys have anything that you want to say before we move on?
Grace period. Yuck.
Yeah.
that's about it. 6 or 9 months.
I understand the reason for grace period on these, though. Not necessarily the Herblore part, but the farming part. Because it is time gated to some extent, right?
That's true.
Yeah. You can understand if someone's only 99 and they don't really like farming and they got their comp cape and then they just get overwhelmed with this, hey, look, you actually have to get 120 in it. It's going to take them time. So even if they go hard at it,
it has to take them time.
How do you feel, Maikeru, about there being benefits behind overall completionism like max and comp cape? How did you feel about comp cape being best in slot? Do you like that? How do you feel about cross portal?
So boss portal, I understand being max boss portal is good, and it gets PVMers skilling, and I love skilling, but I know not everyone likes skilling, so if they do the boss hub, I won't mind either way. When it comes to comp, when it was the best in slot cape, it falls under the same category as feeling too OP like Cinderbanes. It's one be all end all thing, and it locks out future content. So what I didn't like is that we couldn't have a Kiln version 3.0 to get new best in slot capes or something, because comp was always the best. You know.
I mean, so this is going back to the
Yeah,
first
I was
controversial podcast.
I was just seeing
but-
what he thinks about, so I get
Yeah.
an idea of his perspectives. But like, for example, me, I like there being individual benefit, like significant untradeable benefits to individual skills, but I don't like it being tied to like overall maxing. So I'm like a huge. I really do not like boss portal. I've disliked boss portal since like it was released. I've disliked comp cape since it was released.
It just doesn't. So boss portal doesn't thematically fit. Comp cape, to me, I always loved comp cape, and I still think comp rework
I
was
just
a
think
mistake.
comp cape should be cosmetic. I think comp cape should be something that people who love doing completionist content go for.
See, this is
The
where
same
we
thing
come
with
to
max
blows,
skill,
Owen.
right?
This is where we come to blows.
I want people who max to be ones who actually enjoy skilling, but in a lot of cases, it's just people that just want the boss portal.
I'm completely fine with forcing people to complete to get best in slot. Completely fine.
But
Comp cape should remain best in slot. Kiln 3 should come out, or Fight Caves 3 should come out, but then you use the cape that you get from, Inferno, RS3 Inferno, on Comp cape to get the benefits. So the same way it worked with the older cape. Anyway, we're getting way off topic.
Yeah, I just want
comp
to
rework was a mistake.
I just want to
Let's keep
see
going.
Maikeru's views on it. So
Yeah, okay. All right. So moving on to the next quick one. So there's going to be new pets. So in the same way that they did skill pets and boss pets, which are obviously some of the most influential updates in the history of the game, they're going to add the episodic team to the project of adding more of these pets. So think like a ports pet, a clue scroll pet, other mini games, etc., etc. So do you guys think we need more than the 572 pets in the game?
572 pets? Did you
I just made it.
Okay, I was gonna. There was no way. I was like, is he doing it again?
It says
Is he
right
making
here in
up a
front of me,
number again?
572.
No, I like it. I love it. I love this kind of stuff.
Anything that gives you an extra reward for things is good. Like it's not necessarily that people are gonna go grind ports for 10 years just to get the pet. Like obviously people will, but not everyone will do that. But someone who's just going into ports and they do their daily ports and they stumble across this cool new pet, it's like, oh,
And they get a
that's
broadcast.
really cool. Yeah,
And they get a
they're like, oh,
broadcast. Yeah.
it's just another incentive for a reward or some pieces of extra enjoyment out of completing things, right? And why not?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that a lot of players are motivated by it, but also for the first reason you said. Say you do ports anyway, right? You're getting your scrimshaw of the elements, you're doing your 4 minutes, however long it takes you. It should be like 30 seconds, but you're doing your ports every day, and you come across it, and you get the pet, and that shows everybody in your clan that you did ports, you got this pet, and it incentivizes everybody else. Like, it just increases hype and content that not everybody does ports. Like obviously I evangelize ports, efficient people evangelize ports, but it just encourages diverse gameplay, which it's really exciting. So I'm a big fan of it.
The main thing that I like about it is that, routines like that can get a bit repetitive and boring and you know what you're expecting, right? But with pets, with an introduction of pets, you have that chance, you have that exciting factor of like getting that pet, right? Out of the norm,
the unexpected,
to break the norm. Yeah. That's what I like about it, and you're having to. I think us three love pets and logs, so I think we're all for this kind of stuff, right?
I'm not enjoying my desert log. I'm 21,000 devourers and corrupted creatures drive Kopesh on task, so it's nearly 3 times the drop rate, and I want to.
Yeah, it's 8K, right?
Yeah.
So,
they're
whatever.
fun, dude.
You'll get it soon, I swear. So, looking at this though, it seems like the episodic team is working, this update notwithstanding, on more contingency things. So like not part of the main timeline. So they put out this main timeline. It's 120 farm herb ranch at a time, Archaeology, and then Godburst Dungeon 3. That's the main next year timeline. Then they have all these contingency updates to slot in the months in between. So they're looking at doing a quest every couple months. They're looking at doing a remaster every, quarter. Do you guys like that change in methodology? I think Omid and I talked about if they put out a roadmap, the way a lot of these other games put out roadmaps.
I'd love a roadmap.
Yeah.
Do you think that removes some of the hype? Like I every month I used to refresh the homepage for the BTS. Now it's like I beg mods to tell me like what time the BTS is going to be out because I have no idea what's going to come out that month. Do you guys prefer to have this longer look ahead? Do you think it opens Jagex up to too much risk of over-promising, under-promising?
I don't know. I feel like it builds hype just as much as if you didn't know where it was because like they can give you a teaser. Elder God Wars Dungeon 3, they gave you a teaser, but it's not like they didn't reveal what the bosses are going to do. They didn't reveal the drops. As long as they don't go into too much detail, you can still get tons of hype just from like a little trailer or a little bit of like some screenshots or something.
I will say that with bosses, I don't want to see the boss. I want to go
we saw
in.
the whole phase 1 of Solak before it was released, right? Like
we saw way too much of Solak.
Yeah.
I don't want to see the boss, let alone mechanics or attacks. Like I want to go in there and be like, what the hell is this big tree? Like holy shit. I want to be surprised by every element, but I don't mind knowing that
if they didn't tease Solak as, the tree boy, that we wouldn't have got Squidman, right? Because people loved the concept of Ambassador. Then they came out with Solak, which is
true.
like a League of Legends. Looks exactly like a League of Legends.
Oh,
hero,
dude, that whole argument was so stupid. Like as if Maokai is like the only tree NPC in any game. Like holy shit. Comments like that upset me.
So,
but anyways,
so that's there's gonna be you first.
So I would like for something like Menaphos for them to be like, hey, here's Menaphos, and then this week this is gonna be like the first quest is gonna be released. Next week the Sophanum Dungeon is gonna open up. Next week the was the tomb raiding called again? Shifting Tombs is gonna be released. So every week in like 2 months there'll be something new to do at Menaphos.
Oh, wait, are you suggesting batched content?
I mean, this is batch content, but it's like I think it'll give a reason to revisit the area and to experience new things in a different light. Like because like obviously these certain pieces of content would affect each other. Obviously, I'm not suggesting it for Menaphos. I'm just using it as an example to make my point. But
so as long as they're clear on all of the updates, right? They're already like made, play tested. This is just when they're coming out. I'm fine with that as a release strategy. Yeah. I think players are just so weary of batches that never happen.
Yeah, right? I think that's the case. Batches that get delayed constantly as well. Mm-hmm. Like I think that's the issue. I think if it was batch content, it was something new every week. Every week there'd be something new to do in that area, and it'd be like a significant like piece of content as well. It wouldn't be something small, right? For 2 months, I think that'd be good personally. Like as their biggest like summer update.
I think they can try it for sure. Do you think Anachronia would have been better like that?
Well, it depends what. If it's just Anachronia as it is,
there
isn't enough. I don't think.
Week 1, Big Game Hunter. Week 2, Slayer Monsters.
Week 3, I think it needed more for it to be like that. Like for example, the quest that is like gonna be on Anachronia, the
Desperate Measures,
and potentially like boss. Also, like for that. Archaeology is kind of going to work like that, right? Archaeology is like
sort of.
The areas are going to be. It's going to be 3 areas at first.
5,
but then there's going to be like.
But they've teased 3, and then Orthan is late 2020.
Yeah, so. I mean, I would prefer the these batched updates within the same category to be closer together, but maybe they're planning something. In terms of,
I think it's just like once everyone's done with archaeology and they've got their skills and they've got their 120s or 200 mils, I think they then just want to give it a reason to revisit it. And if they do it too close together, then the casual players ain't going to be finished, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Tinfoil hat. Orthan comes out 6 months and 1 day after the release of Archaeology.
Why 6 months and 1 day? What is that?
You can use lamps.
Oh, shut up, dude. So why are you gonna fucking slip MTX in this? God damn.
You know I don't care about.
Yeah, I prefer not knowing anything about the content. I like the name. I don't like having too much revealed. I understand like a lot of the J mods were concerned at RuneFest that archaeology was being viewed as a digging skill, a boring
Yeah, but you look at Everlight. Everlight is gorgeous. It might be the best looking place in the game.
Yeah, I'm just saying I feel like
underwater.
I feel like they wanted to reveal a lot about archaeology to counter a lot of the impressions of the theme, right? Which I was like, I personally don't really mind what the theme is, and I'm not the type to be like, oh, archaeology sounds like it could be sailing and it could be like epic in my opinion.
Not to get too far off topic, but it's like people who look at a genre and they say they hate everything, and like I don't like anime. Just as a common example, I don't like anime. Really? How much anime have you watched? Well, I watched 1 episode of Kill la Kill. Well, obviously that's not for everybody.
This guy's such a weeb. But yeah, anyways, we should move on to archaeology. So real quickly, we got to go through a couple other things. So we got to go through. There's going to be a competition to design the pets. Starts next month. Okay.
There's an episodic sub team, I believe. Is this one Jack? Is Jack the quest sub team lead, and then they're adding another developer yet to be named?
Yeah, Jack said there's probably going to be 2, but they didn't decide on it yet.
So and that's just to increase the cadence of quest release and maybe create some tools for releasing more quests. Omid, yes.
We were meant to do archaeology before. That's why I was trying to slip in here and tell you.
Okay, I'm going through the keynote in order. So,
well, archaeology is right at the top.
Okay, well, Slide, Desperate Measures, City of Seniston, and
are we doing quests now?
Alessandra. Yeah, we're doing quests now.
Okay, well, you're deciding this apparently.
So, executive decision.
As long as we cover everything, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go quickly through the keynote, and Omid is stopping me at every turn. So, Desperate Measures is what you just talked about, Quest to be on Anachronia, sequel to Desperate Times, right? So, that's going to be coming out. City of Seniston, which is apparently... City of Seniston looks really good, but I think Jack kind of tempered expectations yesterday by saying this is not a new Menaphos. It is not a new Prif. There's not going to be as much to do in the city because that would be like a year's worth of... That would be a yearly update, like the biggest update of the year.
Yeah.
And what he's doing is he's releasing a quest that happens in this area.
Kind of like the little girl quest, the Yeti.
They didn't say it was a bottle quest.
Oh, I'm not saying, but they have like an area.
Right.
That's
it's
actually
an area quest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's good. I really like the atmospheric type quests. I really like that they're dedicating people to work on quests more often. We've had like
that was huge.
We've had like 1.5 quests a year for like the
how many did we have from RuneFest to RuneFest? It must have been like
3.
Yeah, not many.
I'm a big lore and quest fan, so I was pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. So
they said on top of that they may be able to slide in a couple of smaller quests now that they know that people don't mind them from the survey.
So here's the thing. A little quest that gives a decent reward is so much better than, just a random bit of content that 10% of the population will use because you have to do quests. So keeping your comp or like keeping your master quest cape or whatever, I think adding a little quest, like you look at how often they released quests in 2005, 2006. I swear it was a quest every month or every 2 months. And if they went back to that, I'm not saying they're going to, but if they went back to a quest every 2 months, I think it would feel much more RuneScapey. Like there's a storyline here, there's a storyline there.
I love that, and I feel like a lot of people hate quests because of comp, because they have to do it for comp. People. But that's a lot of people, right? A lot of people feel obligated to do quests to keep up the...
I hate old quests where you would need to get like 50 items just to do this one quest that should take like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's...
I like the new
now
quests.
It's mostly from the tool belt.
Exactly. The new quests are good because they are pretty fun. They have a couple of like little challenges or a little bit of puzzling in them. But typically the stuff you need to solve them are either given to you on the floor, or you have to find them, or you have to take food, armor, whatever. Like that's so much better than having to bring like a full inventory and then have stuff in the bank. That annoy me. And I think because that's the first quest that people typically end up doing, they get turned off of quests from the get-go, and they don't get to 300, 400 quest points to enjoy the new quests. I was like that for a long time. I had like 200 quest points for ages. Then as soon as I started doing like, Sisuke's Endgame, stuff like that, it was actually enjoyable doing quests like that because they weren't the same.
Are you saying you don't like going to the GE and spending 10 minutes buying 5 iron bars?
I can agree with that entirely. What do you think of Morning's End Part 2, the light puzzle? Do you like challenging puzzles like that?
I mean, Mod Mark made it when he was drunk. We found that out at RuneFest.
Did he? Wait, I thought it was Mod Doctor.
It was him. I think it was both of them. And he said that they got drunk one night and they made this giant puzzle. And it was in the, what's it called? The Mythbusters. Him and Doctor got drunk really, really badly, made this puzzle, went into work in the morning, couldn't solve the puzzle. So they got drunk again, finishing the puzzle and gave instructions, went into the next morning sober, and then drunk them had made the puzzle and they could implement it.
How do you even make a puzzle when you're drunk?
I don't know. But that's how it was made. But Morning's End Part 2 was good. I didn't mind that quest. A lot of people complain about it, but it wasn't too bad for me personally. I like the Priv quest line, to be honest.
Do you feel like the quests have become a lot easier in terms of puzzles and combat? One sec.
I mean, combat, they're obviously not as hard as bosses and stuff, but they definitely pushed it a bit with like Sisuke's Endgame and stuff. I know some casual players that died a couple of times on that quest and like took a while to get used to it and things.
You know how many Sorry, I was going to say, do you know how many times people died at Nomad when that quest was first released?
I know that, yeah.
People just died like... Everyone died like 20 plus times. It was a standard. But no one like complained. People like... That's like a fond memory, dying 20 times. You look back at that and you're like, fuck, that was so hard. That was so epic. Once like...
hard, yeah. I don't mind it at all.
I just wish they would make... I feel like a lot of puzzles... The issue I have with puzzles in... recent quests is that it's just like you are put in the environment and you have to just like find something to interact with by clicking everywhere or looking, and once you find that, you have to find some kind of arbitrary way of putting it together, rather than like Morning's End Part 2 where everything is given to you, the mechanics are shown to you, and you just have to figure it out. That's the type of puzzles I like. But I feel like a lot of recent quests, especially the Desperate... What was it called? Desperate Times?
Desperate Time.
Yeah. Where they put you in those rooms and you have to interact with those things, and you have to like figure out how the numbers and letters are translated onto the 4-digit code or 4-letter code. And I personally didn't like that. I prefer more of a... Here are the rules to the puzzle. They're very clear. And you just have to figure it out, like kind of like a sliding puzzle, right? There's no tricks, there's nothing like hidden. Everything is right there. You know what to do.
Can you imagine the absolute rage if they came out with like a 9x9 sliding puzzle?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying like...
No, I want it.
No, I wouldn't want.
People are so bad.
I'm just saying like a good puzzle, in my opinion, is something that is like there's nothing hidden, right? It's just, and the rules are very clear. You just have to figure it out. You just have to like solve it.
Right? Yeah, that'd be cool.
I just don't like. I just don't like clicking everywhere, trying to find something to interact with. Personally.
I think it's just a personal preference thing, because I personally enjoyed the Desperate Time stuff because it was not hard enough for it to take ages, but still hard in the fact that if you go in blind, you have to actually figure out some type of riddle.
Yeah,
so I kind of liked that, but it also wasn't too time consuming, which I think is a big part of what they do now.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't find. Obviously, it's subjective. I'm not suggesting I'm right and you're wrong, but I just didn't find it satisfying. I guess like to complete those puzzles compared to Morning's End Part 2.
There's different quest creators, right? So you're gonna see one thing from one person, one thing from another.
Oh yeah, and I'm not suggesting all quests should be like this. I'm just saying I miss those quests where you it takes, like, for example, While the Sleeps, like the first person to complete it took like 8 hours, right? Like so that's just not a thing anymore.
So here's the thing: if you have a couple people dedicated to making quests, and they spoke to this, Osborne spoke to this yesterday. Not only do they get better at making quests, not only do they quicker at making quests, they can create tools to make quests more quickly, reuse assets, etc. But also, to your point, they can take feedback, right? So you don't have continuity when it's this person make this quest, this person make this quest, and this person make this quest. Feedback to person A doesn't make it to person B doesn't make it to A to C. So I really like the idea of dedicating particular people to particular efforts.
Yeah, I agree.
Because specialization, we've known about it since the first person had to pick coconuts and the other person spearfished, right? We've known about specialization for thousands of years. The fact that it's underutilized, it seems, at Jagex, and they're correcting that, I think is huge. So we're going to keep going because we don't want to talk about this ad nauseum. But we're going to talk about the big one now. We're going to talk about archaeology. So first of all, I called this like 6 years ago. And I think I have to say that because before divination, I was like, it's going to be archaeology. I really want archaeology. Archaeology is going to be great. Then divination came out. Then invention came out. And I just want to take this opportunity to say I've wanted it for a long time. Super excited. How do you guys feel about the concept of archaeology as a skill?
I really like it. The reward system is sounded like invention, and I like that. Not exactly, but it's just like the amount of rewards and what they provide in terms of gameplay sound very much like invention, and I really like that. The actual gameplay of training it sounded like the excavating sound like mining, right? Where you harvest a certain plot, but then you get like shiny plots, right? That you can put in
like
more
rock
effort.
Opportunities.
Yeah,
like rock opportunities.
Yeah. Then it got a bit. I kind of got lost in the way it's actually.
Did you
produced.
play it there?
I didn't get to play it, no. But people were telling me left and right.
Yeah, it was really good.
Do one of you want to explain how the process is from going from harvesting to getting the relic?
I'll let Maikeru speak to that because you've done it.
Yeah. So it was like mining and smithing in one skill with added bonuses and added effects. So essentially, in the tutorial that you had at RuneFest, you'd go in, it'd teach you the basics. You'd go and you have like the animation where you're like brushing off stuff and you're finding these artifacts or whatever. But you have soil, materials, and artifacts. The artifacts are what you upgrade to unlock the perks that you get for, I don't know, the example is the 10% adrenaline one or 500 more HP, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And there's different, the different relics give different perks, and then I'll get into that afterwards. But then the materials you get, upgrade the relics and repair them kind of thing. So then you'll get that from repairing the relic when you trade it in. So the materials give you more XP than the excavating thing, because the materials are like the artisan side of the skill where you upgrade. Yeah.
So let's just frame this for people. We're talking like token XP from the excavation, like 1 to 5 XP drops.
Yeah, exactly.
And then hundreds of XP drops from the material.
Yeah. And then you get this box that's a soil box, and you can put your soil in that box alongside while you're gathering your materials and your artifacts. Then there's this water spring thing that you clean the soil that then has a chance of giving you more materials from the soil that you clean. So there will always be a lack of materials compared to like how much it costs to upgrade the artifact.
Right.
So you either can purchase extra one from other people or do more of the.
It's like divination.
It's exactly like divination with energies, right?
And,
you don't.
The thing with the release, right? You'll be able to like maybe purchase the materials, but then once you're like up there as like the top 10 player, no one's gonna have those materials to sell to you until you're like 120 or something like that, and then it'll even out like divination.
Yeah, exactly.
So just to go a bit of a statement here. I see that as a slight issue, and I was talking about this with Lee yesterday. It kind of makes it so if you have like 5 maxed accounts, it gives you a huge advantage because when you're at that top level, right? When you're at, say, 80 and nobody else is 80, you're going to have a huge advantage because there's such a finite supply of that highest level resource. So it's really not just a game of who has the most money, right? Because that will be part of it. But it's also, if you have a bunch of alts, you might be able to come close to self-sustaining. Well, I don't know how much I like it.
I don't know how much of the self-sustaining you would actually do, though, because maybe for a little bit, but if you're transferring from your auto accounts to your main account or alts to another alt or something, you'll only be able to get so far, right? And there'll be a point where you're too far ahead for it to help with.
Well, you only need to get to the last dig site, so you'll get exactly the level.
Do we know the highest level dig site is going to be launched with Archaeology?
No, because Stormguard Citadel and Warforge they didn't give levels for. So we just know 20 Archaeology for Everlight and 20 Archaeology for the Infernal Source.
What part of it is tradable as well? Is it the artifacts or is it?
No, the artifacts are the materials to repair the artifacts are tradable.
Oh, okay.
But the artifacts themselves, you still need to actually do the skill in order to obtain. So that's how they make you at least do some of the excavating to get those.
Yeah. So I'm just going to go into a couple rapid fire things, and you tell me if you like them or not. We got to do this part quickly. So, 1, January 2020 release. Sooner than you guys thought, later than you guys thought. It's exactly where I thought
it was as well.
Okay. It's been in production for 18 months. Timbo has been putting his heart and soul into it. It's why we maybe haven't seen him as much, except for in the recent 37-minute video they put out, the design diary. It is not an elite skill, meaning there are no additional requirements, and it does not follow the elite. Invention is the only elite skill. So it does not follow the invention curve. It follows a regular 120 slay, 120 dungeoneering curve. Do you guys like that it's a 120 skill on release?
Yeah, I don't see an issue with it. And I like the fact that it's not an elite because it's a simple skill. It's like not a really complex skill. I think the reason why invention was an elite is because, hey, look, a level 1 player getting given all of these really complex things to discover and blueprints.
It might overwhelm a new player.
Yeah, I don't think Archaeology would. I think Archaeology would, if anything, entice a new player to stay.
You think invention would overwhelm a new player?
Definitely. I get people that are overwhelmed once they've got 80 crafting, divination, and smithing, and they still can't manage it properly, and they've been playing the game for like 4, 5, 6 months.
There's a lot of people, and it depends on the player, Omid, that don't even use it. Because
how are they getting confused? Are they unlocking too many things at the same time and not able to keep up with it? Like, what's confusing?
Yeah,
I'm curious. Like,
way to train it more than other skills as well, and then like what gizmos to put where. How do you do perks? Yeah. How do you get components? What do I disassemble? What do I do? Like, there's so much to it instantly that it's hard.
Yeah,
it's just a lot of information.
Well, yeah, I guess Jackson initially wanted it to be like a sense of discovery, like, hey, I disassembled this, but in terms of training, I think the tutorial does I think the invention tutorial is like one of the best tutorials on RuneScape.
It really
it's like 5 minutes long and it actually teaches you pretty well how to train the skill. But in terms of like,
don't spacebar through every dialogue box?
But in terms of like where you get the components and such, I can understand it. It is like you literally just get launched at like God knows how many components and how many perks. But I'm just thinking like
do we think inventions? We're talking more about invention than archaeology.
Yeah.
Do we think invention is going to be the last elite skill?
Possibly.
As in the only elite
I think
skill?
they don't like elite skills. But
I think it's hard to market an elite skill.
Does an elite skill need to be an elite skill?
That's
That's the question. Does invention need to be an elite skill?
To Maikeru's point, I think it's much more accessible for players who already have a grounded understanding of RuneScape, and it could be overwhelming for new players. I don't mind if it's the only. I like elite skills. I like the concept.
Yeah.
Do you
And
think
if it were up,
So-
sorry, just to continue. If it were up to me, what they would do, and I'll be remiss to not mention it once. If they added prestige,
Oh no! Come on!
and you went back to level 1 in skills after 200 mil, every skill should follow the elite curve because it would make lower level content more enticing. You'd stay at it longer, and I really do like the elite curve. Anyway, Omid, continue.
I lost my train of thought, I think. So do you think there's any kind of confusion in the game that cannot be solved by a tutorial or tooltips? That's a big question, and probably hard to answer.
You're assuming people aren't going to spacebar through.
Well then how? Okay, well then how are you going to teach them?
People are just going to walk away.
Well, how are they going to play any game at that point?
Hard.
How are they going to interact?
I don't know how people feed and
maybe
clothe
voice
themselves
acting.
from-
I'm saying unlimited resources here. Like, is there
Voice
any
acting.
way? Is there any piece of like confusing content that can't be resolved by like tutorials or tooltips or assuming unlimited resources? Like, let's say invention does become a normal skill and it's really overwhelming for people. Can JX not put enough like information in there to not make it confusing? Do you think it's not possible? Do you think people...
I don't know. Like, when people have even more information to read or go through, then they just get information overload at that point, right?
Yeah, they just kind of shut off.
But can you make that same argument with just starting RuneScape and
Yeah,
being
that's the reason why so many people don't stay playing RuneScape.
But I don't think. But no, I was gonna make the specific point of being introduced to so many skills at the same time. But do you not think that can be resolved? I'm not saying.
Maybe with clearer understanding and clearer guidelines, maybe.
We're really talking about, player retention and making sure that people are not overloaded by the amount of content. But at the same time, we just spent 2 hours or however long the stream's been going talking about the amount of content that they spoke about in one 20-minute keynote. There's just so much content in RuneScape that without forcing people to interact with, you can force them to interact with the tutorial. That's the only way you're going to get people to understand, is if you the invention tutorial, you have to augment the flowers, right? So I think it is the best tutorial that I can.
I think it's so good.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it might not be the most in depth, but it's like 5 minutes.
That's about all you can do.
And it teaches.
That's about all you can do.
I remember, I don't know, I thought whoever wrote the invention tutorial, they need like a raise or something, because I don't know. I just think there being tooltips and expanded tutorials for like new players would be better.
Well, that's what they're trying to do with the reworked pathing system with new. We're getting so far off.
Yeah, we are.
We'll talk about player retention later. Anyway, all right, let's keep going on archaeology. So the 120 skill cape they showed, it's like an ecru color in black, so like an off white and black.
Sexy.
It looks really, really nice.
Got my fashion scape for it already.
Okay.
Really? Wait, third age Malevolent?
No, it'll be third age, plate body, plate legs, black Santa, the cape, third age.
Black Santa, that's a good one.
That's nice. So they might change the icon. They might remove the brush. I think a lot of players think the low fidelity brush kind of clashes with the rest of it, and just have the relic maybe. So I think that's a good idea to remove the brush, but I guess we'll see as we get closer to January. The Elite Archaeology outfit is coming out on release.
Is there a base outfit?
No, it's just Elite.
Okay,
they've got a normal outfit as well.
Oh, wait,
they do?
Yeah.
Okay.
They said,
sorry.
So when they were talking about the amnesty against the bonus XP and treasure hunter stuff, they said there will be a normal archaeology outfit, and that XP will obviously not be disabled,
Restricted.
and then they'll have the elite one as well.
Okay, interesting. My mistake. So something learned today.
At least that's what they said. So unless that's them thinking too much into it and then saying that, but I'm pretty sure there should be one.
Yeah, it would make sense as well to be consistent with other skills.
Well, so they don't know actually what they're going to disable. Like they said, they're going to monitor player feedback. They're going to do more, dev blogs and stuff to say which. Yes, they're going to monitor player feedback.
I think no. That's not what I was saying. I was saying like they should just disable everything.
Well, no, because some of the things weren't disabled for invention.
I understand
that. Things
Avatar seems fine, right?
Well, but what about people who aren't in clans?
I think Avatar should be disabled as well.
Disadvantaged. I personally think everything available in game that isn't choose your own XP should be allowed. But that's just me. So like maybe
was Wrath?
Maybe
did Wrath work for invention?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
So wait, what worked for invention? Was it just Avatar?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think it was just Avatar increased the speed that you got XP, and I think that was the only thing. They disabled like poll scores, they disabled also bonus XP, everything like that.
So here's the thing. What about like Tears of Guthix? What about Agaroth? What about there's so
I
much in the game.
I don't want anything like that. Personally,
I think that's fine. That's fine.
I mean,
I get put to a vote. I mean, it's gonna get put to a vote, maybe.
There's a logical way of doing it. You just do it at the end of the week or the day.
Yeah.
Because you'll be the highest level for the XP.
Right. I'm personally fine with all of those being allowed.
I'm personally fine, right? I just don't think it would be a good thing.
Okay. Personally. What do you think, Maikeru? What about like Agaroth and anything like that?
I feel like D&Ds and dailies and weeklies and everything like that. I think it's just disable them all because it takes away from the skill. Because if you're going to get reward XP for doing something, then it may skip a part of the skill that would be fun and engaging,
Okay. Yeah, I definitely see that. I think, again, they're going to put out more like blogs and videos about it. And we might actually see that come to a poll because it seems like they really want players to decide what counts and what doesn't for the amnesty period. And then obviously after 6 months, it's going to be insane. It doesn't really matter after 6 months, but all right, let's keep going. So apparently there's a regular archaeology outfit, an elite archaeology outfit. Sorry, minor stroke. So you'll have to do very specific things to gain this elite archaeology outfit. And
I like that. I like that a lot.
I don't think you touched on it, Maikeru, but there's qualifications. So qualifications are a separate part of archaeology where you do these specific things and it allows you new perks, new methods, basically it's like, okay, you are now qualified for XYZ. So it's appropriately named. How do you like that? Having like a separate bit of gameplay to advance you in the skill where if you powered through it, you might not do it as quickly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it's good because it immerses you a bit more as well, right? Because like even though it's not like, oh, you're just gonna get OP XP or something, it kind of like teaches you further in the skill and continues to progress the skill. It's like Omid said, like he likes the passive buffs as you go along, and that's kind of like a passive buff as you go along that you need to just, I guess, work at and unlock. So it's kind of like
for sure
with that, right?
Yeah. I also think it increases the amount of decision making required. So it's like, should I go for this qualification or should I just power through this dig? Should I go for this qualification now or should I wait and do this qualification later when maybe I can do it quicker?
I love that kind of stuff.
So it's like it's really going to take a lot of thought to determine how to prioritize which qualifications, which digs, when to save relics, when to use relics, when to give them to the museum, when to give them to the NPCs. Like I really like that amount of thought that I think they're making the skill take.
Like so, I think like looking at divination was very linear, and I personally didn't like that. But this sounds like it opens up to so much theory crafting, and I love that. I love having to make decisions that actually make a huge difference.
So we've talked about it before, but it's why ports is good and base camp is not so good. Right. So
I agree.
The fact that you have to go through that decision making process. How do you feel, Maikeru?
Yeah. How do you feel on this topic?
I feel like the base camp was kind of just an excuse to timegate content. There's no like. I mean, it's cool because the buffs were time gated, so instead of just giving everyone the OP buffs from straight off, is cool. But there was no choice because you always had to upgrade. The only way to do it efficiently was to do your main and then your sleeping quarters. Whereas if they maybe you had a chance to unlock more members when you upgrade a building in general, then or like every building you upgrade gave you more members, then you could literally tailor fit it or whatever.
Yeah, or it like made you do content. So say you build up your hunter lodge, but then after your hunter lodge is T3, if you do big game hunter, you have a chance of attracting extra workers by doing big game there were so many ways to go with it.
Yes.
Instead, after 5 minutes, everybody knew.
Everyone knew what to do. Yeah.
Town hall, storehouse, sleeping quarters.
Whereas if you look at ports, you look at ports, there's so much decision making, right? It's like no one has ever done ports from start to finish and done it like even close to as like 80% efficiency.
I mean, with CAG's guide, you can get pretty good, pretty close.
People who start port, I'm saying like new, like first time players.
Yeah. If you don't have the guide, you're going to be doing ports at like 5% efficiency.
Yeah, and that's good.
And that's
I like that.
That's okay.
Well, yeah. Anyways, you want to continue? With...
Yeah, let's keep going. So there's 5 new dig sites. Carid, which is near the duel arena, unlocked at level 5 after completing your first qualification, which is the tutorial. It's Zerosian, right? There's Zeros relics and ancient knowledge. Everlight, which personally I think is the most unique design. It's very Iceine. It's east of Mauritania. It's unlocked at 20 Archaeology. And it's got this big lighthouse, Everlight, aptly named. And then there's the Infernal Source, which is also unlocked at 20 Archaeology. It's Zamarakian, and it's under the Edict in the wilderness. So you can get to it in a safe way, kind of like the Chaos Tunnels. And it's totally safe inside, which I think is the right decision. I
think that's the right decision, dude. I was tempted to be
release, dude.
Yeah,
dude,
I was gonna too hardcore.
I was gonna contact like all you guys and be like, "Hey, you guys want to make a group to like defend each other and shit?" Like,
I mean, looking at like lava strike worms and stuff, which you can mostly do, you can do it. So
well, the thing with that is that you can't have like 100 people there, whereas this you would be able to have 100 people because it works the same as mining. So that's what I was thinking, like have 100 like trusted people, and just like if someone tries to come PKS, we could defend each other.
Yeah, just turn around and one hit them if it's multi-combat. But anyway, so there's 2 others that they didn't announce level requirements nor their locations, and they partially obfuscated the image, right, for Stormguard Citadel, which looks kind of like the Clan Citadel. It's, a floating castle. And then Warforge, which the TLDW has an exclamation point at the end. So it's Warforge. So I think they're both pretty neat. But we really don't know anything about them to talk to them with any authority. Unless you do, Maikeru, unless you learn more about Stormguard, Citadel, or Warforge.
Nah, sadly not. I didn't really... the tutorial and stuff and everything there and everything they were saying was very vague because I don't think they want to give away too much as well. And like I asked about XP rates and things, they're like, "Hey, it's gonna be faster than divination, but it's gonna be slower than invention." You're like,
that's about all we got. That's about all we got.
They said a week for 99, didn't they?
Yeah.
They did. Did they give a time?
Yeah, a week for 99, but that's like 3 days for us.
I mean, a week for 99.
I'm thinking like 3 weeks for 200 mil. No.
Yeah.
A month for 200 mil.
You reckon? Because they said it gets very, very like faster and faster the past 99 you go. So if it takes 3 days, you're thinking to get 99. That's the size part of the skill. They said it ramps up well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but you know what I hear when they say that? It gets really, really expensive.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah.
So you're going to be mostly dealing for the first couple months. The people who are doing the Warforge, right? Assuming the Warforge is the highest level because they set it last. You're going to have the people doing the Warforge that are people like us, right? Who are rushing 120. They're not going to sell you most of their stuff unless they're really poor and they're looking to capitalize.
Yeah.
You're going to be mostly buying from alts, and from poor people.
Merchers.
So and merchers, exactly. So what I'm hearing is you want to train this from 99 to 120 quickly. I hope you've saved up 10 to 15 bill.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I kind of really like skills that allow you to either make a lot of money and do it very slowly, or spend a lot of money and do it very quickly. But it does open up, like, why would I do anything but Telos? You know, why would I do anything but streak Telos? And then after 6 months, you're going to mostly bonds might be quicker and cheaper than doing it via the skilling. So I don't know. We're going to see it. We're going to see how it all pans out, but I could see it being very expensive. So just a couple of the basics. So Matics are the invention type pickaxe. You may have got a dummy pickaxe by watching the stream during RuneFest, and then got a golden Matic cosmetic override. They go all the way up to the Matic of space and time. Mm-hmm. And then there's a hero item. How do you guys feel about super rare, super pricey Tavia's fishing rod, Hazelmere's signet ring?
I like it.
How do you feel about those?
I like him a lot.
I like hero items in general because it gives you, again, like we said with the pets and stuff, it's another sense of surprise by doing something that, you know, has that really, really, really rare chance, but there's always that chance of that surprise. Yeah,
so I think it's going to be interesting to see how many party hats the first first archaeology hero item goes for. Somebody just said in chat,
depends what it does as well. Like
it really depends what it does.
I assume it's not going to be a tier upgrade. I assume it's just going to have like a unique
It's going to be like Tavia's. It's going to be like Tavia's, which is actually really, really good. So I could see it being meta, because it's augmentable, right? It's augmentable, so you don't lose out on the perks that you would be able to get from space and time. But it provides additional benefits above and beyond what the Matic. I said pick because it's mining D2, but the Matic of space and time gives. So it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be super expensive. But I like it. I do really like it. It's obviously going to be a server broadcast, right? So that will be pretty high.
Of like people trying to get that first one as soon as it's announced. Dude.
Oh my god! Yeah, a lot of luring, attempted luring. But anyway, so just moving on a little bit. So speaking of excitement while training the skill, they showed the pet, which is Archie, the child mummy.
Best pet.
It is one of the coolest skilling pets, if not the coolest skilling pet, in my opinion. Mostly for the attack animation.
The attack animation looked nutty.
It looks incredible. So I really, really liked that. Basically, Orion said, "Oh, people are going to get it first day, for sure." There's going to be so many people get it. You're gonna see it every. 10 minutes,
is it a tick based pet or a XP based?
It didn't say.
Yeah, I guess not many people care about that, but. Yeah.
I would probably be tick based, right?
I would hope tick based because of how the excavation XP works.
Well, because like, archaeology is like a gathering and a artisan skill. It's like really weird,
put together.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's why it should be tick. That's why it should be tick.
They'll probably want to incentivize gathering, so it should be tick.
Yeah, it probably will be.
So somebody said something, and we normally don't reply directly to chat, but I absolutely agree. I think there should be a hero item for every skill.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that.
Now, eventually, there might be, but they've certainly not made it a priority, right?
Well, they have to release it with content that kind of matches.
But they could go back and look at older content and release it with that.
Like, where would they release the hatchet?
Literally anywhere. So, like, they've already got a fishing. Name a skill.
Hatchet. Woodcutting.
You want a woodcutting one? All right. So, cutting idols, overgrown idols. Every time you search the middle one, you've got a 1 in 1,000 chance of a hero item.
That works.
But no one does idols.
They would.
Would they?
So people
you didn't even make it like a new piece of content that people will do.
But the thing is, they can link it into reworks, right?
Yeah, they can work it into. You ready for this, Omid? You ready? You can trade you can bottle the boosts from idols and trade them. People would do idols.
Okay.
people would do idols
I think you
after
could
that.
I didn't think about that. That's a pretty
There you
good.
go.
That's
Anyway,
a pretty good idea, Gunnar. Good job, dude.
My point is, I could do that for every skill if you gave me an hour. But
An
I don't
hour?
think they've made it a priority.
Jesus.
With the thingy, with the rework to Miscellania, you could have your men when you send them out on a mission, and they could have a very rare chance to come back with a hero item when you send them out. You know?
Awesome.
Something like that. They could do it to rework so many different ways, and they could do so many cool things that people will participate in, day out, that could then just have that really rare chance to give them something special, just like how the Luck of the Dwarves does with HSR.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I like that.
Okay. All right.
I just sorry. I just think that they want to add these new hero items to new content. Yeah.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I just think it slows down the pace at which they release them, and they could make a concerted effort to release more of them to revitalize less trained skills. Like woodcutting is not often talked about. Like that was a good example because recent updates haven't exactly been conducive to woodcutting. Basically, you use woodcutting in BGH, but besides that, how often have you thought about it since Golden Bamboo? Like, no. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. So artifacts. They showed a bunch of they showed the Ceratomen artifacts. So Ceradomin.
They said 20% of the artifacts, but it's just gonna be.
It was really
different.
just the Cera ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I assume it's gonna be like the same type of artifacts, but for different gods, right?
I would assume, but there's probably a couple unique ones at the highest.
Oh level. Yeah, I'd imagine so.
And they showed one weapon, which
is
presumably the tier 92 spear.
And you know what excites me the most about this is that this is just the this is just the initial release. Now imagine, think of Invention when it's first released and how much it's developed. That's what I'm thinking about in terms of archaeology. Is like, how is this going to expand and blow up and just. That's what excites me, honestly. It's not these initial like rewards and methods. It's just like the potential, right? The realistic potential based on invention. Like,
Omid, can I need this clipped because Omid made fun of me for the word potential.
Well, no, because I'm basing it off invention.
About being excited for potential.
I'm basing it on invention. You base it on fairy tales, right? You literally.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I admire it, but
all right.
I just Anyways, let's keep.
Optimism is good.
Oh.
Optimism is. Thanks, Maikeru. So I think we need this clip along with the one of him lambasting me during the Anachronia one, so I can never let him forget that he's been turned around. He's come to my side.
You were saying things that I'd bet like £1,000 on against. All right. Like,
all right. Well,
there are some things you say that I like and are very realistic, but there's some things that are just too much, I would say.
All right. Moving on.
This is our relationship, Maikeru.
It seems like a married couple relationship.
Yeah, we've been married for too long.
Yeah.
I've known Omid, but besides like a couple of friends I've known since kindergarten, I think I've known Omid longer than anybody I'm not directly related to. So comes with the territory. But
I don't know whether to feel good or bad about that. Bit of both.
So let's keep going. We talked about this briefly when I talked about like the complexity of decision making, but restored artifacts can either go to NPC collectors all around the map for some of the best rewards in the skill. So maybe Seth Groats in Lumbridge wants the ancient pickaxe of Zeros, right? And you can return that artifact to him, and it gives you a chance at the T92 spear. I don't know, but it's most likely going to be the way you get the most valuable things from the skill. Alternatively, you can put them in the museum, these artifacts, for chronotes, which I was thinking it was spelled like the bird, which I'm just dumb. But Rubik or Sudi, whoever wrote the TLDW, has it as like chrono, like time, chronotes, which is a new currency that you use for the rewards in archaeology. And you could keep the item, the artifact, in case it has a future use. So I think that's really exciting for decision making. We're not going to rehash it, talk about it again. We're going to get right into ancient summoning.
Can I say one thing before we move on?
No, you're not allowed.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Again, going back to invention, I like how invention affects like a lot of other skills and a lot of ways of playing the game, and I think this is going to do the same, and that's another really exciting thing for me. So it's
like just the bonuses on their own, right?
Yeah, just the bonuses on their own, and it affects like, you know, other...
Some of them. So some of them don't really affect how you train the skill, unfortunately. It's just 2% XP boost all gathering skills.
Of course, there's filler.
Some of them are less inventive than others.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect it to be all like inventive. That's
what's
very
interesting
hard.
about that. What's interesting about that, and Omid's gonna say you're the only one that thinks that way, Gunnar. When you plan out 0 XP to 5.6 bill,
you're the only person.
You're gonna have to take into consideration, like you do with incense sticks. You're gonna have to take into consideration that these relics are going to give you X amount of hours. They're going to save you X amount of hours in every gathering skill. So you're going to want to do 200 mil archaeology before you do 200 mil woodcutting, fishing, etc.
Thanks for the heads up.
Archaeology is going to be one of the highest valued early 200 mils because it makes every other skill 2% faster, making just like the Torsal incense sticks. So looking at it that way, those incentivize, even though they're not inventive, they perform the purpose of prioritizing archaeology. So I recant my previous statement. I think they're okay.
I think that way. I just know that most people don't think that way.
Yeah.
Like how many? Like I would say there's less than 100 people, way less than 100, less than like 30 people that actually think that way and execute that way.
There's not less than 30 people that think that way.
That actually play that way as well.
There's dozens of us. There's dozens.
He's king with the
So
difference.
when it comes to those, you know that they're made specifically with like power to each one as well, right?
Yeah. So you have like a reserve, like a power reserve, and
limitation,
like a charge system, and you might be able to get the most powerful PVM relic. You might be able to keep that active, and then one lesser powerful.
Yeah.
Or
even
you
though
have
there's
3 lesser
slots.
ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I like the way they've done that because there is 3 slots, but you can't just be like, these are the most overpowered, I'm choosing every single one of these. It's like you actually have to think, is this one really overpowered one as strong as these 3 lesser power ones that I can use the same amount of, energy for or power for, whatever.
And you have to think about what you want now, right? Not everybody's 200 mil all skills. Not everybody is you have to think about the content you're doing and how many times you're going to have to switch them around.
Yeah.
If you want to favor convenience or efficiency. So I think the relics are amazing.
Yeah.
And they obviously said they're going to take balancing into account. Some of them are extremely good. The one that gives you 110% adrenaline, the one that allows you to save 10% adrenaline, the one that gives you more adrenaline from basics, the one that refreshes bleeds upon stuns. There's a lot of really good ones. So
what do you guys think about limitations like this? I really like them because it usually creates like decision making and a lot of theory crafting. Like imagine as an example, right, apart from archaeology relics, all right. Imagine if certain bosses, imagine if there was like a challenge mode boss where you could only have one action bar of 14 abilities, and that's all you're limited to. Where you would have to think about what goes on your bar, right?
Yeah, that'd be really interesting. And so we talked about the idea of tournaments, right? Tournaments with restrictions. And I think this kind of plays into that. It's very interesting to see how different players take a handicap and then do something wildly different. So like the start with 200,000 GP and then get the quickest kill time on Telos, right? Like something like that. Or start with 200k GP and then have a PvP.
Dude, I really like that in the RS3 circuit where they were given like X amount of GP and they had to buy gear and supplies to fight each other. I like that because you also have have to have a decent amount of knowledge in the economy as well.
Yeah.
I thought that was so much fun, but obviously it's not.
Sorry. All right. Getting off topic.
Right.
Ancient summoning. In the Infernal Source, you'll discover how to summon demons using regular charms with a binding contract and materials from Archaeology to make the pouches. So there's 3 that they discussed at length. There's Ripper Demon, deals more damage to your target based on its missing health, which makes very little sense because familiars only lose health a couple of places in the game, but that's okay. And then it has a scroll attack, which is currently busted. so overpowered, according to JMods themselves, in terms of single target DPS. So Ripper Demon familiar, Abyssal Demon familiar. Your familiar will automatically teleport to your target and deal damage when it teleports. Might be interesting to see if moving familiars get damaged more than static familiars. And then you can bind and teleblock your target with the scroll. Interesting for PvP, not super useful for PvM, probably. And then the Calgarian Demon, the strongest damage familiar in the game. So, Nihil's, it's going to do more single target, familiar, straight DPS. And then it temporarily provides the player, familiar, and nearby players a critical strike buff with its scroll.
I like that so much. That's such
really
a cool
good.
effect.
I need to head off.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
no worries.
Just because I had a scheduled meeting with Mod Porky and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Calling me now, so I don't want to leave him hanging.
Perfect. No, we'll continue. Thank you very much, Maikeru.
Thank you very much for having me on. And the conversations were great. I know we went off tangent a couple of times and whatever, but that 2.5 hours went by like a flash. So
yeah, thank you very much for coming on, dude. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me. It was great.
And
I feel bad for leaving early, but
we all knew of the situation, and don't forget to check out Maikeru. I posted the links in the chat, so make sure to check him out. Wonderful guy.
Thank you very much.
Great content.
I appreciate you too. And I will catch you guys. I'll have fun talking about the summoning.
Don't forget to check out Maikeru's QBD Hardcore Challenge airing tomorrow. Yes. Everyone tune in. Tell your parents, tell your friends, tell your pets.
We got lots of people winning as well. We got Wazzy, Evil Lucario, RS Guy, Cash Stack, so many different people.
All the big boys. It's going to be a great event. And Maikeru, you're also going live later today, right?
Yeah.
So make sure to check him out, guys. Yeah, thank you again, Maikeru.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. And I will catch you guys later. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Bye, Maikeru.
See you later.
All right. Omid, if you want to change your scene setup. Maybe?
1 second.
Okay.
No, this is fine. You've just become really big. But you can't really move your head.
Okay. I can move even closer if you'd like.
Oh my god! You're like a giant.
I can get even closer.
Oh, you're scaring chat. But yeah, thank you again for Maikeru, and don't forget to check him out, guys. And big shout out to the QBD Hardcore Challenge tomorrow. So
excellent. All right, and now Omid and I are free to go off on as many tangents as we would like. We'll still try to rein them in, of course, but maybe less so. So, Ancient Summoning. We talked about the Calgarian Demon. You really like the critical strike buff. Do we think this is necessary without a summoning rework / boost to 120? Are these not going to be... Are they not going to be dead content when 120 summoning comes out?
If they give them niche uses like the... Because the thing with Calgarian Demon is that only one person in the team is going to have it.
That's true, and it gives critical strike buff to every player.
Like imagine if that was across the board. Imagine if you had like 3 unique familiars in your 7-man team and 4 DPS familiars.
One gave a hit chance buff. One gave
it could have something to do with like a certain style as well, enhancing a certain style or making you or enhance you in some way in terms of being tanky.
Yeah,
like imagine if like realistically for the I can't really come up with examples.
It's really good you said that, and it's really good you made my like cam smaller. Because, like, subconsciously, I started rubbing my nips, like, as you were describing that.
I'm going to get banned on Twitch.
I believe that's against the terms of service.
Yeah, you cannot rub your nipples on Twitch.
Well, I am right now. It's happening.
I don't think you're allowed to talk about it, so you're currently breaking the rules.
Oh, that's okay. Anyway, moving on. I really do like that suggestion, and I think when 120 inevitably comes out, we will... we will
They just
rehash
need
this conversation.
they just need to think about utility outside of just DPS output. That's all.
Yeah.
But and I'm not
okay.
saying that's easy either, right? And you have to do the same thing with skilling as well. And right off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything. Maybe because I'm dying from
Well,
the
one thing they talked about for skilling is skilling abilities, which pulled pretty well on the annual survey, which you hate talking about.
So do we want to talk about briefly about the annual survey results and how?
Let's get through. Let's get through archaeology
because it nearly killed. So, alright, yeah, go before I like.
All right, just
die.
You made me responsible for keeping this on track.
Okay.
Ancient invention. So you can discover ancient technology and blueprints, which is great. You can create brand new devices and perks from new components from archaeology materials. I didn't even read the new perks. I didn't even hear that. Like that must have just gone one ear out the other. So ancient gizmo is the first thing we're going to discuss. It opens up all 9 slots instead of the 5. Each component of the same type has diminishing returns. So you can get biting 3 combos, but it's going to be much more expensive and rare than 5 component combinations. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there's a P5 E2 type super rare ancient gizmo that is so meta that people go for it, and on average it costs 500 mil, right? That's going to be really interesting. So,
yeah,
we'll see.
I'm all for this kind of stuff. I like it a lot. I wonder how the gizmo is going to be obtained though. It needs to be expensive.
Yeah. So here's the thing. If it's expensive, but it's still... What I would prefer is it's super expensive, but you also get like 5 rerolls. So it costs like 500k a piece, but you get like 5 shots from each gizmo. I would prefer that. Because as of right now, it's almost always going to be prohibitively expensive unless something is like a 50% shot. If something is like a 10% shot and each gizmo is 10 mil a piece, very, very few people are going to go for it. But I would like to see it where you get a couple shots.
It's like a charge system.
Yeah, like you could... 5 charges per. That's it.
Yeah, I mean...
You like it though, right? You like the idea of different perks, different combo perks, super expensive, like end game bonuses.
Yeah, I love ancient invention and summoning, and I can't wait to see how they would in the future they will affect like other skills as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting, especially if they do come out with the skilling abilities, to see how the skilling like optimal perks change. Obviously, we look at this and we think PVM immediately, right? We say, what's going to be meta? Biting 3 combos is what comes to mind first.
What about
for
scavenging?
Me. Scavenging.
How would that be
combos.
Affected by this?
So the math given in chat was 540% valuation overall for 9 combos. So you probably are still not going to have any, assuming you can only still get 2 perks per gizmo, you're not going to get super valuable Scav 3 combo perks, but you could hypothetically, could you get P5 S3?
Wait, is Stormy's number correct?
I don't know. I'm taking it as gospel, but
because that doesn't seem correct.
I'm just saying that it was given in chat. That would make it only slightly better than current gizmos. So we'll see. But it's going to be interesting if there are new perks, what the new combinations are going to be. Again, if there's a new perk, who cares what it does, that you could combo with biting 3. Everybody uses biting 3 on its own right now, so it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say the math. I swear they said diminishing, which means, and they said diminishing after 5 main. So
yes, exactly. So you still have the ability. Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, let's just. It doesn't matter what the math is right now. There's no point.
It doesn't matter what the math is. The concept is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an XP capacitor.
So this one was a bit... Yeah, so this is just tradable bonus XP, right?
For invention only, right. Yes.
I like
this. That?
I mean, how much weapon and armor XP do you get going to waste?
So I am going, as you know, when I need to AFK, I do Spirit Warriors. So I've got like 2 million Spirit Warrior kills. Just imagine how much wasted item XP that is.
Yeah, so why are you surprised that I don't like that I like this?
No, I'm not surprised that you like it. It's just it's a shift, right? Invention is already probably the easiest 200 mil in the game, right? There's so many different ways to train it. It's cheap. It's fast. You don't lose any time training invention really than just slaying normally. I'm just using an example. I'm not exactly sure it's necessary, but it affords people who are 200 mil invention or who don't care about invention post 120 to make a little bit of money on the side. But for the people who are buying it, I don't know.
I think there should be, here's my ideology, right? I think there should be a viable and efficient way to obtain bonus XP in every skill.
It should be efficient. It should be better to do that methodology, get 80 million BXP, and then go for 200 mil. Is that what you're saying? For every skill?
Yes.
You sound unsure.
Well, because there might be some issues, but generally speaking, yes.
So combat. Let's just look at combat. Combat XP is 1.5 million.
Well, you're losing out on like charms and GP and doing that.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not saying overall efficiency.
You assume.
I'm not saying overall efficiency.
Okay.
I'm saying specific skill efficiency.
Okay. All right. You'd still have to get like.
And void of dailies and such, obviously, because
Omid. The issue with that is Vic exists. So because Vic exists, you could take 2 million attack XP per hour and turn that into woodcutting BXP.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There should be for every skill. If that was the case, it wouldn't be worth transferring.
Vic, you can. That's not true at all. Depending on the skill, right? Because different skills have different conversion ratios for Vic. Because Vic exists, I don't think that's viable. Right? Because you're just going to farm what you would farm anyway.
Would you... Okay, here's an example. Would you convert fire making XP into agility bonus XP?
I wouldn't.
No, but is it good?
Because it would be good for the average player who values under 20 mil using...
If someone's getting fire making XP, fire making bonus XP, they can also get agility bonus XP from BA. It's not if you lose time doing that.
No, so what you would, just using your particular example, you'd be doing the same methodology for fire making, agility mining, being hard mode BA. But then you could trade each of those, right? Because you want the decrease in skill A conversion to skill B by having it spread out over more skills. You'd be able to trade agility, mining, fire making, all for woodcutting XP. And that's currently efficient. That's the problem.
I'm making the point that just tell me this: is it efficient to trade fire making bonus XP to agility bonus XP from BA?
That's a poor example. It's efficient to trade fire making for woodcutting.
No, but at the start of this, I said that I would want a method to gain bonus XP for every skill.
All right. I just think it could never be balanced because of Vic. That's it.
I think you're wrong. Okay. But that's why I like this. That's why I like this. I think there should be an alternative method to Treasure Hunter to gain bonus XP in every skill, and then they can utilize the use of bonus XP like they have done with player-owned farm, right?
Yeah, so we talked about this, and I really liked your idea before we knew why they nerfed player-owned farms, right? Is your idea for a nerf to player-owned farms was it just gave bonus XP instead of XP, and then for 100 mil, or probably 80 mil because of all the other boosts, you would do player-owned farms to get the BXP, and then you do tree runs, right? So it serves an immensely valuable purpose. I agree with you in concept, and if they deleted Vic out of the game, it would be awesome because it would double the meta, right? It would literally double the meta because you'd be doing those bonus XP gathering methodologies as well as for the last 100 mil, the actual XP methods. So I agree with you in concept. I just think currently Vic makes the transferring such that you'd be able to do every skill using the singular best method and transferring it over. So, long story short, I don't know.
But I'm just saying that it would be balanced in a way the amount of XP you get for the skill, so it wouldn't be worth transferring, as it is for fire making to agility. It's not worth getting 5 making BXP and then giving it to Vic and getting agility XP out.
You're missing the point. It's the same method, and it is worth it for all 3 trading them to woodcutting.
But I'm saying there would be a woodcutting bonus XP method that would counter that.
So here's the only thing that's the saving grace for it. Some people don't like hard mode BA, right?
I understand. I'm just saying.
Obviously, most people don't like hard mode BA.
I'm just saying there should be an option. That's all.
Even though I think it's great, but yeah. Okay, I'll concede. It would be healthy to double the meta, right? Anyway, somebody said this is a deep tangent. It really is. So. Ancient invention. We talked about the XP capacitor.
So would you not like it?
No, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Why? Fine and not great.
Because, again, I think that the skill itself is easy enough and fast enough where it doesn't need to be double the speed.
But it probably won't be worth for a lot of people to do this, to buy this. It might not be worth for a lot of people to buy this.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It might not be worth it for 99% of the population because invention is already so easy and quick. Yeah. So anyway, we'll keep going. Kinetic Dynamo. So Kinetic Dynamo, it charges up by running around, probably just counts the tiles, and they give you a particular amount of
people are going to be dancing now for money.
Ooh, literally dancing for money.
You know there's a method that you can like run around... 2 people can run around one
and you
run
square. In perpetuity. Yeah. So here's the thing. There's a relic that gives unlimited run energy. I mean, you could ooglug currently, but people are literally going to be dancing for money. I doubt it will be very good though.
Yeah, it probably won't be very good.
It provides an alternate for, it might pay for some of your Silverhawk chests while you're doing it.
What about you use the potion for infinite surges and blade dives and just and you like charge up like 3.
Yes.
Because it does charge up based on surging. It charges up based on the amount of squares you travel with surge, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually that's one of the things I want to try.
That could be pretty interesting. I like this one. I don't think it's going to be immensely valuable, but if you keep it in your inventory while doing clues, you might make a little bit of extra money. So we'll see. There's going to be T80 production tools, Fishomatic is included. So there's going to be T80 Fishomatic, Hammertron, and Pyromatic. So those are interesting, right? Depending on what resources are required for them. I'm in favor of more tools. I guess that's good. So just responding to a couple things real quick. One, Rev Pet drop rates are out apparently, Omid. So we were just talking about that earlier, so that's sick. And then, which, I'll have to look at those after. But also, somebody said this doesn't sound like archaeology anymore. So one thing about archaeology, and I actually really like, and Omid just touched upon it briefly, is that it is so quickly integrated into RuneScape. Like, it affects so many skills. So that if we know it affects invention, summoning, and the relics probably touch on every other skill in the game. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah,
no. They mentioned as a one-off, literally one sentence, ancient potions.
Oh, I mean, yeah, so, the potential is out there. But they one of the things they said about archaeology, like personally when I was talking to Ryan, was that it's going to be integrated for the future of the game. Like every time you do a quest now, there could be like hints of archaeology in terms of like the history and the past of the area or the lore or the quest, etc. Right? Like archaeology can be so well integrated to like almost every piece of content now, right? Better than any other skill, I would argue, right?
Yeah, I mean, we looked at
like even though invention is integrated to every skill, you can't really integrate it into the environment or the history or into any like quests very well, right? Whereas with archaeology, you can.
Gotcha. No, I'm really excited for it, and I think we're kind of touching upon the main reasons why we're excited for it because of how it integrates with the rest of RuneScape. Kind of culminating everything, right? Relics, right? So we talked about them briefly before. We talked about all their effects. they released a sheet of all the like hypothesized relic effects. Relics are super interesting because depending on the rarity and the RNG element, they are tradable, right? So they're tradable.
Are the relics tradable?
They said they were tradable, but it might be like once you plant them, once you activate them, they are no longer tradable. I don't know how that works. I just know they called it a high upfront cost and then no maintenance other than the charge. So the ones on release weren't tradable. Oh no, that is what they said. That is what they said. But however, the way you get relics is tradable. So the way you get relics is through trade-in of artifacts. Artifacts are tradable.
Artifacts aren't tradable.
They aren't.
How the way you refine the materials you use to refine.
the materials you use to refine them are okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that makes more sense. So it sounds like obtaining the relics, even if you don't want to train archaeology, or if you wait 6 months and then you use bonus XP on it, you're still going to have to train archaeology to get the artifacts to trade in for the relics. So I really like that now that I understand that a little better.
Like any artisan skill like Herblore, you need to do Herblore to get the overloads.
Got it.
I like
sorry,
that.
I misunderstood that. I get that. I get it a lot more clearly now, and I really like that.
So what are some of the relic effects that you like?
I'm just going to go through them, and since it's just you and I now, just say awesome or useless or just one word answer, all right? Font of Life, plus 500 max HP. You got to say something.
What do I say to this? Underwhelming.
Okay. Berserker's Frenzy.
Wait, what about you?
Well, for this one I'm answering after we go through the second one. Berserker's Frenzy. Deal more damage the lower your HP.
Love it.
Love it. It depends on the balancing. Depends if it stacks with Font of Life. So if Font of Life is plus 500 max HP and Berserker's Frenzy deals damage based on the amount of difference between... Yeah, so Font of Life might use very little charge, but Berserker's Frenzy uses a ton of charge. So it might be the best combination with Font of Life. Well, anyway. Death Ward. Take less damage to lower your HP. Probably pretty trash.
It's fine.
Savers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Endurance. No longer drain run energy whilst running. Perfect for dancing. Abyssal.
Like outdated, though.
Yeah, it's a little outdated, but whatever. Abyssal Link. Teleportation spells no longer cost runes, but don't grant XP.
I like it a lot. What about you?
It's good for clues. I could see it being...
It's good.
Yeah, it's convenience. Inspire Awe, Inspire Effort, Inspire Love. 2% more XP in combat, gathering, and sport skills.
Meh.
And Genius, artisan skills. I thought it was meh too, right? But it encourages people to do archaeology again before... And I know you said there's only 30 people in the game who think that. But it encourages people to do archaeology, and I think if that was the goal,
it's just the effect isn't very interesting or exciting. It doesn't change the way you play the game.
I know. We went over that.
Well,
and it's
that's
not
my
maybe
main
inventive.
issue.
It does change the way you play the game if you're going to play the game efficiently, right? Because you do you prioritize archaeology before other skills. Anyway, we're not going to get into it. The big one, all right? The big one. Set reduction. Set bonuses require one less item to activate.
This could be stupid. I don't know. Dude, how good would Darox be? You can perk Darox.
You can perk Darox, and then you can use a T92 weapon with Darox.
Yeah, this sounds crazy,
You can use a T92 weapon with Guthans.
Guthans. Oh my... I mean, like,
Guthans
obviously, if this actually works, and it works as... What is it? Normally does, then Darox, and no one's gonna use decently high level players gonna use Guthans over Darox.
So, but it might encourage people to do can you just imagine how expensive Darox and Guthans will be if it works with them?
Darox with the Berserker Frenzy.
I'm struggling with the terms of service right now to discuss my thoughts. But
I mean,
yeah, it would be.
it
when you
can't.
say
The thing is,
stupid, you mean good.
it can't be as good as it normally is. I don't think.
It could be as good as it normally. So, what does Soul Split heal? What percent does Soul Split heal with the with Amulet of Souls?
I don't know. It's diminishing though.
I think it's like the same as Guffins regularly.
What?
So you'd basically double your healing using.
Guthers
Soul Split.
is a lot more healing than Soul Split.
Is it 100% on 1/4 of hits? It's effectively the same.
No, because Soul
because
Split
it
has a very harsh diminishing returns.
Oh right, it does. So it has a soft cap.
It has a very soft, yeah.
Yeah. So it would be extremely good. Are we saying that extremely good is too good automatically?
If it works with Daroks and Guthans and they're as effective as they normally are, it'd be too good. Yeah, there's no way they'd do this.
So the only problem I see is that
something.
The only problem I see is that T70 would be better than T92 armor. That's the only problem.
I don't know the math on Daroks, but I'm pretty sure it'd be ridiculously better.
Oh yeah, you'd probably be hitting like 7,500 basics on average.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers. I just know it'd be too good, and I'm
so these
not
are
the type of person who
balancing,
say
right?
something's too good.
So here's what I wonder, right? Say this one takes up 100% of your charges. You can only use this relic, right? You can only use this relic.
Oh, apparently,
and then
Berserker Frenzy doesn't stack with the
Font of Life
set reduction with Daroks.
Okay. Okay. I mean,
so.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. So, but here's the question. If it were the last unlock through like qualifications, right? You had to do so many qualifications to unlock maybe each set effect, right? So there's 6 qualifications for Barrow's set effects combined with this relic. If it had a super, super high requirement from Archaeology, basically RNG and tons of time, would it still be broken? Would it still be OP? Because it makes T92 marginalized. Okay. All right. I get it.
If something is too good, no matter where you put it, it'd be bad. No matter where you put, even if you put 1 in a million chance from a clue scroll.
No. There is an issue with Darok's set effect, though. It changes the way you play so that you have to be lower HP. So it does increase risk. I mean, it's not.
But the armor doesn't deserve to be that good.
Okay, that's fair. Well, they're going to balance these prior to Archaeology's release and probably after Archaeology's release. We'll just keep going. Pouch protector. Rune crafting pouches never degrade.
Go. Fuck.
Okay, it's largely useless because rune pouches degrade so slowly now. Anyway, it's okay for quality of life. We're just going to keep continuing. Ring of Luck. Gain tier 1 luck effects. Useless. Ring of Wealth. Gain tier 2 luck effects. Useful if you want to use Asylum Search. It's basically having 2 rings, right? You get the secondary effect of, in this case, Ring of Wealth. Ring of Fortune is tier 3 luck effects. So whatever the Onyx ring is. No, is that tier 4? I'm pretty sure that's tier 4.
I always forget the tier numbers.
So the highest one you can get is the Ring of Fortune, right? So tier 3 luck effects is the Ring of Fortune. So it's useful for everything but the highest level bosses, which I think a lot of people are going to use. So Sticky Fingers, automatically start your next pickpocket action until you're caught. Whatever. A lot of the meta already does that. Will be very good for dwarf traders. Healthy Herbs. Herb patches are always protected. That one's
automatically start your next pickpocket action until you're caught. That's bad.
Yes.
It works the same. It works the same.
The tick rate.
It works the same way as the what was it? The elite outfit.
Okay.
It's 2 ticks slower each interval. It's so much worse. So I assume it's going to work exactly the same way.
Right. I mean, that is an assumption, though. If it works the same way, it's garbage. If it doesn't work the same way, maybe it's good.
Yeah, so for people that might not know what we're talking about, how the elite outfit works, let's say you can pickpocket every 2 ticks, right? The elite outfit pickpockets at every 4 raids. So it's like twice as good to just spam click than just use this method. So
Yep. All right. We'll keep going. Healthy herbs. Herb patches are always protected. Pretty good if you're a skiller. It's really just a quality of life, right? So, unexpected diplomacy. All reputation gains are 10% faster. We're talking Archaeology, God Wars 2, probably the new Miscellania, because there's going to be a managing Miscellania remaster. Next one. This is an important one. Lingering Death. Stunning your target refreshes bleed effects.
I assume this is only going to work once.
Right. You can't weave in
You can't
impact,
keep
impact,
extending,
keep
yeah.
corrupt. Yeah. I would assume it only
It
works
says
once
bleed.
as well, and it's on cooldown.
Bleed effects?
Bleed
Hold up.
damage as well. That is the bleed effect.
No, what about multiple bleeds?
I don't know. I think a lot of this
imagine imagine dismembering into, because dismember obviously lasts significantly longer or slaughter, right? Imagine if you like dismember and time your slaughter to end at the same time, but you just extend both of them. You just literally just use
So
dismember, slaughter, and 100% ability.
Yeah.
Woo!
So you'd refresh it and you'd get it twice. So
obviously you wouldn't get the full amount, because I assume you have to use it.
You'd miss a tick.
You'd miss a tick of both of the bleeds. Yeah.
So you'd get 180% of a slaughter, 180% of a dismember, and you'd use a stun that you might not use otherwise. So it's really good. It's really good. Okay.
What about is corruption a bleed?
It's a dot. I don't think it's
what
a bleed.
What is a bleed? What's defined as a bleed? I thought it was a dot.
I don't know. It's loosely defined, because when they came out with Mutated Barge or Greater Barge, they described it as a dot. Any dot is any channeled ability becomes a dot.
I assume they by bleed they mean dot, so that's what I'm gonna go by.
Maybe that would make corruption really good if it refreshes. If it doesn't refresh and keeps ticking down, it would be doing like 5 damage by the last tick. So I guess they use it. Chat is under the impression that they use it.
Yeah, I mean that. I would bet, if I had to bet, I would say combust and frag only, not the corruptions. But I'm just speculating here. And I know for me and Gunnar and most players, a bleed is a dot. But I just we're trying to figure out, decipher Jake's definitions here. So
well, yeah. We'll keep going.
Yeah.
Persistent Rage. Adrenaline doesn't drain outside of combat.
So I think this is actually a pretty big deal for a lot of players. It's a pretty big deal
for baddies.
For baddies?
So
don't call them
if
that.
you don't adrenaline install. So if you don't adrenaline install, if you're one of those people who...
What are you trying to say?
If you're one of those people... No, if you don't surge out of Court Beast, switch between a surface world and personal instance, and barge in. If you don't do the same for God Wars 2, then this is going to be great for you. Right?
So many people don't adren stall. So many people don't even know about adren stalling. Do you know how many people I've met know nothing about adren stalling?
So for those people who like to more casually
Nothing teaches them. The game doesn't teach them.
No videos. Yeah, they have to search a guide.
Yeah, but we go back to the content creation podcast, but the fact that videos and the wiki are necessary to teach players these things is not a good thing.
Well, so here's the thing about this one, right? It's huge for people who don't do the things we're talking about. So if you just sit in Vindicta, right? The fact that you won't have to maintain. I might get the hiccups. That would be god awful.
Oh god.
So if you don't maintain adrenaline in between Vindicta kills or Greg kills or any God Wars 2, this is huge, right?
Yeah. Imagine the DPS increase you'd get from just...
It's a huge DPS increase starting with an ultimate as opposed to starting with 0% adrenaline.
You can use... Dude, adrenaline... I'm speaking for the majority of players that don't adren stall and don't use adren earn because they can't upkeep it. I'm not saying for optimal players.
So we're going to touch upon adren earn, I guess, now, right? So there's an item in the game that already fulfills this, purpose, which is the adrenaline earn. But the adrenaline urn has to be charged with adrenaline gained over 100%, which is obviously not optimal, right? You don't want to be using basics at 100%. So charging it is inefficient. So charging it's inefficient. You can obviously do something AFK with Revo on and take threshes off your bar. Fine, you can charge it like that. It doesn't make it good, right? And for some people, this is going to be very, very good.
Yeah.
For some people, this is not going to be very good, largely because if you're already somebody who does an adren stall, you likely won't mind AFKing something with Revo to charge your...
All right, I'm going to blow people's balls off. Ready?
Please no. All right, go.
Why does a drainer even drain? Out of combat, obviously. Not when using thresholds and ultimates. Like, why does a drain? Anyone want to answer that?
Thematically, it makes the most sense, and gameplay-wise, it makes the most sense because you should be putting effort in to maintain that. So this kind of negates the effort to maintain it. Because you could start every fight with an ultimate. That's insane.
What? But I mean, you can already do that.
I know you already do, and it's already really freaking good.
Wait, so I didn't get your point.
Maybe you shouldn't be able to use defensives without a target.
Oh, you mean like thresholds and not drain adren?
No, I'm saying maybe you shouldn't be able to adren stall.
Oh, what? No,
so,
no, but like
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying. I just want your opinion on why adren, apart from it thematically.
Because balance-wise, they didn't want people to because. Adrenaline is caused by conflict, right?
I understand.
So thematically, it makes sense. And also, starting every fight with an ultimate is overpowered. So the real question, if you want Jagex to look into this, the real question is, why do we allow adrenaline stalling? Yeah, let's not talk about it. They might get ideas.
I guess I just disagree.
I'm just looking, again, I'm playing devil's advocate. I think gameplay-wise, I really like adrenaline stalling. I think it rewards more active participation outside of the fight, and it should remain a thing, right? I just don't want to, give them...
I honestly don't mind either way. I'm just mainly throwing out questions.
All right, let's keep going. Yeah. Let's keep going. Fury of the Small. All basic abilities now generate 1% more adrenaline. Pretty freaking good. A lot of these are balanced around
Again,
adrenaline.
I don't know the math, but it does sound pretty good.
It is pretty good. It's basically impatient, right? So, pretty good. Having an extra perk is, basically just doubles impatient. So, here's one that's really interesting. Heightened Senses. Gain 10% maximum adrenaline. So, you can now go to 110% adrenaline. I thought you were scoffing, but you're really just, dying.
I am dying. Again, I don't know the math behind it, and I don't know the theory crafting behind it. I've not really sat down and thought about it.
So there's no math really here. Listen to so first read. You can have 100%, 110% adrenaline. What does that mean to you? Well, that means ultimates cost 100%, so it's essentially another Ring of Vigor. So it's a Ring of Vigor, in addition to Ring of Vigor, in addition to ultimatums. So, in addition to being able to adrenaline power boost right after an ult.
It just gets really complicated because...
That's fine.
Well, no, I'm just saying, you were making it sound like it was like a very linear buff, and I don't think it's
it is linear to the amount of adrenaline that you start with after an ult. It's 10% more.
Yeah, I'm just saying in terms of your rotation...
Yes, the overall DPS calc is extremely complex, because then you have to factor in Limitless. Right? You're going to be using Limitless. Then you have to factor in if your Asylum Surgeons procs. It's very, very complex. I'm not denigrating the complexity. All I'm saying is that
because usually, like right
shift in the
meta. Like every time you hit 100% adren, if you're doing everything correctly, as soon as you hit 100% adren, you're ultimating, right? That's your ultimate timing right there set for you, based on your rotation.
Yeah.
Again, I've not really sat down and thought about the 1%, all basics abilities generate 1% adren, gain 10% maximum adren. So...
All right, well, let's just say it's good. So
It's
good.
interesting because it could potentially change how you play. They both can potentially significantly change how you play the game.
So speaking about changing how you play the game, let's talk about Slayer introspection. When being assigned a Slayer task, you will be offered either the minimum or maximum number. And it sounds like this is disingenuous because my interpretation was you either choose either the minimum or the maximum number. So you set it to get the minimum, or you set it to get.
It says offered.
That's not what the description on the TLDW says. The description on the TLDW says when being assigned a task, you'll be offered either the minimum or the maximum.
Offered.
Yeah. Okay.
So I see. Okay, I see how you're saying. Okay.
So either the Slayer Master gives you 300 or 199.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it sounds like based on the other descriptions of it, you choose. So you say either I want the maximum number of Abyssal Demons, I want the minimum number of Rune Dragons, right? So
no, Gunner
totally changes.
Yeah, Gunner is right. It could mean both ways, but I was leaning. When I read it, I first thought.
Well, no, they've described it separately to the TLDW, right? And they've described it as the way we thought it was, which is being able to choose highest or lowest. So, sorry, I gotta blow out my candle. Been on forever. So, hugely game-changing for the Slayer skill, right? Because if you want to farm Slayer points through Machna, then it's going to be extremely fast. If you want to, if it is usable with the Wildy Slayer tasks, awesome. If you want to camp one particular monster, and so you always get the maximum, like example, Edamu, right? Because a lot of people don't have the pet. Edamu is going to be much more campable because you'll always get the maximum number. Using Simona for Soul Devourers / Corrupted Creatures, huge, because her high limit is what, like 350 or something stupid. So anyway, I really, really like this one. What is your opinion of it?
I like it as well. I basically agree with everything you just said. Like,
okay, this is the first time for everything. No, I'm just... let's keep going because it sounds like we have similar opinions on that one. So Nexus mod, always teleport to the center of the abyss.
Sure.
Pretty big benefit for bloods and what else?
I don't mind them
souls.
getting a boost considering the prices have just been going up, right?
Well, right now mud runes are 10 mil an hour, smoke runes are 9 mil an hour. Like, I'm all for skilling benefits to encourage anybody to skill because so many people are since we've been doing this podcast, I've made 16 or 17 mil just AFKing Spirit Warriors, right? Anything that encourages people to actively skill instead of just watching Netflix, right? I'll support it.
Yeah, that's also a good point. Like, I think this deserves it more than most because it encourages more effort methods.
Continuing on, always adds all cut logs burn for fire making and wood cutting XP. Kind of already have it.
We already have this.
We already have it with superheat form.
I think this is. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this actually.
You can't fire. Can you fire make bamboo?
You wouldn't be able to with this either way. I assume it works the same way. The bamboo doesn't have a fire making XP value,
right?
So why would it?
But if they added one to work with this,
it wouldn't. It would work with superheat form as well. Then surely.
All right.
I think this is bad.
Useless.
I think this is this is bad. It's not even useless. It's just bad because
it's bad to waste time on.
Because it makes superheat form less valuable, and I don't think it should.
I agree entirely. Divine Conversion. Convert your entire inventory of memories in one go. It's kind of like the cash boost.
Yeah. Since normal methods of divination has kind of fallen off, I like this to bring it back, potentially.
If it's competitive with Hall of Memories, I like it.
Yeah.
If it still does, which I think it might be. Maybe? Probably not, right? It probably still wouldn't be competitive with core hunting. It's okay. It wouldn't be competitive with core hunting, I don't believe, still. So I don't know if it's necessarily worthwhile, but not everybody knows about core hunting.
Yeah. I like this for the reason I gave.
Yeah, okay. I'm
Like-
for it. Let's talk about another one that's been marginalized by updates. So Deathless. Dungeoneering gives no XP penalties for deaths. How do you feel about it?
I mean, DG's never gonna become relevant again, right?
As long as sinkholes and daily challenges.
They're not gonna remove sinkholes and daily challenges.
If it were up to me, sinkholes would be bonus XP, and daily challenges would be heavily nerfed for dungeoneering.
I 100% agree with you, but it's not gonna happen. Like, who thinks that's gonna happen? Yeah, no one. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think there's any chance of it happening.
Well, I'll put in a bid to buy Jagex from Platinum Fortune LP, and that will be my first update.
Also, DG deaths aren't really a thing.
You only die at Blink. You literally only die at Blink.
you only die at Blink, so...
If you die anywhere else, I actually don't know what
you need to do so much to make this and DG relevant again. And
no, you don't. You don't have to do that much.
You need to do. You do. I mean, you need to rebalance a lot of the mobs.
Rebalance the bosses.
Yeah.
Rebalance the bosses for EOC. All that is scaling their numbers. The mechanics are fine. All it is changing their numbers. And then you make sinkholes be XP. And you make daily challenges 1/6 of the XP they are. Or maybe a quarter. Let's call it a quarter. That's it.
You'd also need to... I guess that's it.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I don't know how long it would take, even if Jays were tasked with it. Yeah, but it's unfortunate because DG is one of my favorite skills ever. I think it's one of the most fun
I'm going to submit
skills.
that for Epic Jam. I'm going to submit that for Epic Jam.
Dude, that's not going to work.
Make DG great again. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. Last one. Maybe the most controversial one. Death Note. All guaranteed bones and ashes are automatically noted. And if you have the bone crusher,
this is one of the... I mean, this is the most economically impactful one, right?
Yes. So the problem with it is you see it and you say, hey, great, I'm going to make more money because I'll be picking up more things. If you already picked up the things, you're going to make less money because there's going to be a much greater
making
supply.
less money.
Oh my god!
People don't realize this is gonna increase the amount of bbone and ashes in the economy by
tenfold.
Maybe not tenfold.
Yeah, tenfold. How do you know paper dino bones? Do you know paper dino bones?
Okay, maybe tenfold.
I was gonna say,
but
I don't
that's
know
insane,
paper
right?
That's $2 million an hour.
If you think about it, it's crazy, right?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. But again, in
if you don't have Trinidad Prayer Bank yet, wait for it.
Yeah, wait to do prayer, because look at reinforced dragon bones from from Rune Dragons, right? They're 14k a piece. I'm just pulling this out of my butt, but I think they're 14k.
Don't lean that way, by the way. Can't see you. Yeah, there we go.
How about this?
Oh no, just in the middle.
How about this?
No, don't go close again.
All right. So Rune Dragon, reinforced dragon bones. So they're 14k now. You think, okay, great, I'm gonna make so much money at Rune Dragons. The instant this becomes meta, if it is meta for Slayers, they're gonna go to 9k a piece. And if you were already noting them, which most people do, you're going to make less money because of the availability. And this is my uni degree. The availability of close substitutes will go up. So even if reinforced dragon bones, there's not an increased supply because the same people are doing Rune Dragons, the availability of something that can take the place of reinforced dragon bones will cause their value to go down. So I don't think it's really necessary, considering we have enchanted note paper. We have the upgraded bone.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a good thing, honestly. I don't really care personally, but thinking about it from an overall game perspective, I don't know if this is a good thing, because this will kill the GP per hour of people who are already note papering and picking up, right?
Right, exactly. It makes it so much less worth putting in effort during these tasks. So I don't know. the more I think about it, the more I'm against it, but I could be convinced otherwise. I guess. I just don't think it's healthy to remove as much. So we have Spring Cleaner, we have Seedicide, we have Herbicide, we have
Charming.
We have so many we have Charming. We have so many drop cleaners that Slayer is so hands off now. Right?
I don't really mind that though.
So you don't mind it because you put in extra effort to get more DPS.
Yes.
Most people are just Revo plussing, right? So
but
they're not putting in that extra. And Slayer just becomes 6 minutes of AFK for 90% of the tasks. I don't necessarily think it's good.
But that's a choice, right?
That is a choice.
You do have the opportunity to do better. As long as that is the case, I don't mind.
You also have the opportunity to play 2 other accounts, and this is where
you can't talk about oldscaping.
Why can't I talk? It's so relevant. You can definitely talk.
Dude, you can't value the update. Dude, no, you can't bring in oldscaping because it's not relative to like most of the players.
Okay, fine, all right.
Like you can't use that as an argument. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, that's fine. So we went through all the relics. So artifact weapons is the last bit of archaeology. So they showed us a spear, presumably the T92.
Spear of Annihilation.
Wow. Got chills. So rip Court Beast, basically. Otherwise, no real effect on the meta. But how do you feel about such extreme combat boosts being granted by a non-combat skill?
Depends how rare it is, and it's kind of hard having
or if it's tradable.
Having an opinion on this.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be tradable, and I really, really like it because a lot of people, if it's tradable, a lot of people are going to say, "Hey, I've got to do on average 5,000 Court Beast kills for my title, right? Am I going to use what is it, Vesta Spear T88? Am I going to use Vesta Spear?" Or am I going to pay, 5 times the price for this Spear of Annihilation, right? That is X% better. And I think a lot of people are going to say, yeah, I'm going to buy the Spear of Annihilation. So it gives an increased value to archaeology as a skill. Man, you are ill.
I did say I'm ill, and that's why I kind of wanted this podcast to be short.
Yeah, well, too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have a hard time having an opinion on stuff like this because I don't know anything.
We don't know it's T92.
We don't know anything. We don't know how it's obtained. We don't know how long it's going to take to obtain.
We just know it's a rare artifact. We just know it's a rare artifact. That's it.
We don't know if it's tradable. Like, we don't know anything. It's just like a concept, right?
Yeah. But they say artifact weapons. So this isn't
I'm just curious if they'll be like just tier based or if they'll have like an effect.
I hope they have effects. I really like things like the maul. Ooh, what if the Hex Hunter staff comes from archaeology? It's obviously not Hex Hunter. It's like the melee melter staff comes from archaeology.
Well, the thing is, every of those weapons, every time you release a weapon into the game that is high tier or useful for PVM. Outside of PVM, it needs to be like very RNG based. And
that's fine.
Rare.
This is very RNG based.
I don't know how the spear is obtained. I don't know if it's a gradual.
No. It's rare artifacts. It's rare artifacts. So okay. You find them sifting through the junk that you find through archaeology.
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that.
Ooh.
I mean, it depends how it's also obtained gameplay wise.
Yeah, no, you're very right. All right, so that kind of closes out archaeology. The next thing, which is coming up, it's immediately after archaeology in the timeline, is managing Miscellania Remastered. Are you excited for this? First, do you do managing Miscellania currently?
Is anyone excited for this? I heard. Not going to name a few, but I heard a few people said that they were relatively excited, like midway excited. I'm just like, I'm at 0, dude.
You're fully flasted right now.
Yeah, I'm at 0. Like, it's not okay. Do you guys
6
get
o'clock.
excited? Okay, do you guys get excited about if XP rates increasing?
Well, we don't, but we're kind of
Even existing players. Let's say no new content is released, right? And there's double the XP of woodcutting. Is that exciting?
There's a little thing that makes that a reality for one weekend every 6 months. Do people get excited for that? Yes, they do. So I would say people get excited for increased XP rates, but I do get your point.
It's just nothing like
It's not as hype. It's not as hype. So, but I am excited for managing Miscellania specifically for the reason that I don't do it currently. I haven't done it. Ever.
But I agree that it might entice me to do it, and it might be fun to do it, right? Let's say it's fun. Let's say it's engaging. But prior to the actual update, is it exciting? No.
I'm pretty excited based on how they described it, because what I understood it to be was you'd be able to get things from managing Miscellania that you couldn't get elsewhere. Right now, it is so invaluable because you can just buy everything that you can get from it. Like, obviously, it's the best way to get Raven.
What would they like
produce
that's exclusive? Like,
dude, the sky's the limit. They could come out with literally anything that they find so, like, say you dedicate a bunch of workers to fish, and when fishing, you find a super rare sea urchin at a rate of 1 in 100 resources, right? So you get 100 resources a week, so you only get one of these. You use this super rare sea urchin on something, right, to give it like some benefit. That's all. That you could do that for everything. So your wood cutting, you have a random chance to find.
Where would they be?
Toadstool.
Well,
it
sorry,
doesn't matter.
It does.
I'm just saying it doesn't matter what particularly they come with, as long as it's
like
unique.
what would they be used for?
Literally, like, look at Archaeology. It provides
I
benefits
just want to see where you want it to be. Will it be a high level fish? Will it be a mid level fish? Will it be what? Like any, just not fish, just wood.
How about this? So you know how briefly they came out with foods, and they still do it sometimes, like the avocado wrap that affects constitution level. They have in the berserker chocolates. So hypothetically,
berserker
say you can make
from an event. It's not something you can just produce.
So is avocado wrap. Anyway, listen.
Okay.
So say each activity in managing Miscellania has a rare chance of giving you a culinary ingredient, right? This is like a cooking. This is 120 cooking. Ready? So everything from managing Miscellania has a chance to give you a rare culinary resource. Those culinary resources give you temporary effects, almost like a potion, but also heal you. So like you can find a like lionfish, right? Lionfish, incredibly toxic, but if prepared right, it's awesome. So you can find a lionfish, and you make you prepare the lionfish, and if you eat it, it gives you a certain combat benefit for 2 minutes. Or they make like some super rare like tomato worm from woodcutting or from farming, right? And then woodcutting, you can find like, I don't know, eggs, like some sort of egg. And then all of this stuff gives you either temporary combat boosts or temporary skilling boosts, right? Like maybe something you get from farming gives you a 2-minute boost where you get 20% increased produce. I don't know. It's not that hard to think of these, though.
I guess I just wanted to see where you wanted the rewards to be.
I mean, that's just where I went with it.
Okay, yeah.
High level.
They need to make it significant enough. Like the sushi isn't really used, for example. I would say sushi is probably one of, even though it's not used, it's probably the most useful niche piece of food, right?
Yeah. So they said no more dead content, right? So hypothetically, they have to make it useful for high levels. So by that logic, I think they'll make it worthwhile. It is a daily, right? By nature, it's a daily.
Yeah, it's
or
something
a weekly
have to maintain.
Or a monthly.
I don't know.
So how do you feel about that?
I just don't understand why people are excited about this.
Because we don't know a lot about it, right? Maybe if they come out with the dev blog, it will clarify why people
Well, I
are
wouldn't
excited
want that
to you.
either. I mean, I guess I'm just biased against remasters
Managing
and
Miscellania?
remasters and reworks in general. It's just
Gotcha.
to me they're not exciting because the existing the content already exists and the ideas already exist. So it's not something fresh or new, right?
All right. Well, maybe this isn't something for you, and we can touch upon the survey very briefly. We're not going to get into it. But the last topic we have for discussion today is the Elder God Wars dungeon. So Maikeru kind of gave us some new information that I didn't have, at least, and that's that they're looking to immediately release a 5th boss, like in close proximity time-wise, to the 4 Elder God generals that are going to be within God Wars Dungeon 3, aka Elder God Wars. So we've heard that the 4 generals are going to be similar to God Wars 2 level difficulty.
Is that
maybe a
because
little bit more
I think
difficult.
there was a tweet recently that came out and said that it's going to be a 1-up from God Wars 2.
I mean, that's true. Like, fine, but they're talking mechanics-wise. So it's not going to be incredibly challenging mechanics. They're going
So it's
to be
going to be the same
masterable or
difficulty as
soloable.
God Wars 2, so there's essentially going to be no gear power creep in terms of gear
So
for like...
what they say by that, I think they mean that as mechanic difficulty. They might do increased damage. They might have higher HP. So, like, based on your gear, the mechanics might be similarly difficult. It's not going to get into the level of teamwork that a Virago or a Solak takes, where it's designed for a group. I think this is designed for a solo player, but it is massable.
Okay.
So,
why has he said challenge mode is 3-man? And challenge mode is a fixed amount of people, as we know.
yeah. So that's good.
That's
That's
interesting. Why it's 3-man.
3-man is perfect. I've always
Well,
felt
no.
that
I'm
a
saying
trio
that
is
it
perfect.
could, if it's fixed at 3-man, it might have mechanics where you need 3 people.
You need collaboration, and it's more difficult.
So that's interesting.
That is very interesting. So let's talk about the 4 side bosses, the generals, briefly. Kill count mechanic. There's going to be one, right? So if it works like God Wars 2, cool, right? That doesn't take very long at all. And with reputation, it can get quicker. With the shard, it's quicker. I kind of like that. God Wars 1, obviously the totem avoids it. The soul stone, you can store it based on boss kills. I expect something similar to those. Do you expect the kill count to be avoidable after you've progressed significantly?
Yes. I don't think it's very popular, and people, and Jax recognizes that.
How do you feel about artificial reward space? So inconveniencing a player just to add reward space of removing that inconvenience. Because that's what kill count is, right?
Oh, you just dabbled onto like such a big category that I don't know if we can have this conversation.
Brief. 1 sentence. Do you agree with them doing it?
Yes.
Okay, me too. Let's keep going. I think
Because
that
was such a broad statement that covers so much of the game.
Yeah.
You know?
It really does.
So
it really does. So
it just heavily depends on the content. If the content that you're trying to get to is enough to make the player enjoy themselves in terms of gameplay, you know?
Yeah. Gotcha. All right. So looking at those 4 generals and the mechanics they have, I really like that challenge is going to be locked to 3 people. I think that's really interesting and allows them to go a different way with the mechanics. How do you feel, Omid? Like, before, did you already know that the 5th boss was going to be the hardest boss in the game?
Yes.
Okay.
But I just didn't think it was going to be released within a year of now.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like, based on what Maikeru said, it's going to be a couple months, which is pretty hype. I'm really excited. Like, I think that's going to be sick.
I'm really excited, but I'm sick. I know you can't tell, but I'm actually trying really hard to not just be like, okay, that's the end of the podcast. See you guys later.
Okay. Well, I mean, we are basically at the end.
I'm just saying I'm really out of it right now.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so I think what we're gonna do then is, Omid, do you have any closing remarks?
Oh, I don't want to end it though.
Okay,
I want to power through.
Okay, let's talk about the 5th boss then. 5th boss. Where do you think they're gonna go with it?
Just make it Hostilius somehow, even though it doesn't make sense. Just fucking throw him in there.
Is there going to be an enrage mechanic? We assume yes. Is there going to be any sort of anti-farm mechanic? We assume yes. Is there going to be scalability? We assume yes, just because of how Telos works. What do you think they need to do for this boss for it to be as successful as Telos has been?
Make it more epic than Telos.
What makes it more epic? Because Telos introduced 3 tier 92s. Does this boss have to introduce 3 tier 95s?
Whatever it's gonna drop is to be significantly best in slot.
It's gonna be T95s. Like, it's gonna be T95s.
Okay, tier 95. What about the 4 elder god generals?
So because they're a lot less complex.
Dude, I didn't even know elder gods had like underlings, by the way.
I didn't either. I thought they were kind of outside Gelinor, kind of doing their own thing. Like
the only reason Ma gave birth to Sarah and Zaros was because she was lonely.
Yes, right, correct.
And the other elder gods seem like introverts, so
right. So I agree with you. I want to see where they go with it lore wise. I don't know what they're going to do as far as rewards. They have a lot of reward space now, though, right? Sigils were converted to abilities. You can add codices, right? If they just made each general provide codices as drops, that would be fine with me. If they had tier 92 boots or gloves so here's the thing. It's very hard to make content that doesn't immediately devalue recent other content. So like T95s hypothetically should be an add-on to tier 92s.
Oh, I don't like the whole add-on thing, the whole add-on cycle.
It keeps the value of Telos, plus
it doesn't
they have
need
their
to.
own intrinsic value. You don't
like that? I love saying this, right? But like, it's okay if something becomes dead content.
No, I agree with you. It is okay.
And the whole like, it's gonna get out of control. At what point do you stop?
That's a valid question.
At what point does Elite Tectonic fall off and doesn't just get upgraded and upgraded and upgraded and upgraded? You get to a point where you need to like go through like 10 stages to get the armor you want.
Yeah. So we'll see. So how low do T92s crash, or do they go up?
Well, Telos will still probably be the best GP per hour after this boss.
Yeah, probably. But it really depends, right? If Sauce is 400 mil, then I doubt it is.
It has nothing to do with uniques.
Yeah, I mean, the streaking general loot
is insane.
Is most of it. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do, right? If they truly make it apparent that they don't care if what they put out kills older content, then that's what they're going to do, right? T95s come in, fine. People will still do Telos, okay, but T92s elsewhere, so your Blightbounds, your Eldritches, like, it will have a huge destabilizing effect on the economy, but it will be hype. So we'll see. I actually think that's probably what they'll do.
I mean, you know my ideology when it comes to PVM and power creep.
Yeah.
So, I've spoken about it a decent amount of times on the podcast. So, one thing I kind of wanted to mention as well is... Wait, let's just finish off Elder God Wars.
Sure.
So, what else is there to speculate?
I mean, that's really it. Besides the,
they didn't give us much, right? They didn't give us actually.
They didn't give us
anything.
They didn't give us boss concepts. They gave us,
which is fine.
God Wars.
I said this at the start.
Summer 2020.
If it was up to me, minimal
you wouldn't know
reveal.
Yeah.
I'm talking about. So this is what I would want for every piece of content. You ready? Just give us a name, maybe a trailer that doesn't show the boss, right? Like for example. Like a next trailer would be good. So a next trailer would be. So this is off the top of my head, right? A next trailer would be consisting of like Zaros's background and like how like the other generals like came to be and such, right? Then they'll like pan to the God Wars, like the normal God Wars, like while Nex is maybe talking. Like, you think these generals are, you know, strong or whatever, then they'll pan to the door of Nex, right? And she'll give one of her lines, like really menacing lines.
Here's the thing. So a lot of people aren't
wait,
of how.
So before do you remember the next door? How it just appeared and you could go up to it and you could listen to Nex's voice lines? That's a good teaser. You don't see the environment, you don't see the boss, you just hear like the voices, and it's just that shit hypes and adds an Easter egg that people discover.
So a lot of people don't like the Legio mechanic, right? Of having to get the keys from elsewhere, or the Magister mechanic of the, you know, keys of the crossing.
Yeah,
so
I think that's fair, right?
I think it would be really interesting, though, if there were drops from the 4 generals, right, that you combined to make a key to the 5th boss, and it had, say, 10 charges. So you get to attempt the boss in the middle 10 times with this key, and that kind of fills some of the reward space for the generals.
I don't think they're going to do that, and I don't think they need to do that.
Yeah, I don't think they need to. We're just speculating as to
I don't think they're going to, because
generals.
that was a theory when it came to Telos.
Gotcha.
So, and they were like, no way. So
Gotcha. So I'm just trying to think, besides codices, because there's infinite ability space, right? What do you want from 4 new bosses? T92 shields, right? Is that something you want?
I don't know. I can't say. Why.
Do you want them to be done with tier 92? Just everything that comes out now is tier 95?
The thing is, I don't know the difficulty of these bosses. I lack critical information to like actually make to give an opinion, right? I'm just giving. I would be just giving it blind based on just what I want rather than actually considering the piece of content, right?
What about, since they're on this passive kick, right? They make a tradable bind on activation effect. So like you get this thing, you click on it, and you get the ability, like, you know how the relic has like a T3 luck? You get the ability to do what the Slayer Helm stand does in Anachronia, but with a ring. You get the ability to place a ring on a statue in the middle of God Wars 3, and it gives you the passive effect, but not the stats of that ring. Like, things like that, but tradable.
Tradable? Why do you want a tradable?
We're talking about drops from the general.
Oh, okay.
So it gives you a drop called, you know, Full's Insight, right? So you kill Full's general, you get this drop. It's tradable, but when you click on the drop, it gives you the ability to put the ring on the statue and gives you the ring's secondary. I think adding more to the passives would be interesting.
Another thing is that not only do the rewards have to be really good, but they have to be insanely good at the boss.
Okay, I gotcha.
Kind of like
I've always thought that they should add more uses for seals in God Wars 2.
Yes, 100% they should. I don't think there's any plans to ever do it, but like for example, like Virago. Not only did Virago release like the best in slot weapons, but it was also incomparable to any other weapon at Virago. That's why it was so expensive.
It's good against itself.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as expensive if it was just generally better and not that good for the boss.
So you know how you earn seals in God Wars 2?
Right.
Imagine if the tertiary drop from each general increased your power against the other generals or weakened the other generals. So you could trade them to people looking to do the other one. Like it would be like tradable seals. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Or the weapons themselves had a
increased damage.
An additional effect against the other one.
Other gods.
So like if they're all elementals, right? Like Full is fire and, you know, etc. If they're all elementals, that weakness would make sense. That would be pretty interesting. So
I'd like that.
Anyway, all right. I think that covers it for Elder God Wars Dungeon, aka God Wars 3. Do you have any closing remarks on that, or are we all set?
We need to do Q&A, and then
okay, let's.
And then Q&A. We can briefly touch on the survey, which. So one of the things that I saw in the survey, and I don't know if everyone else had the same reaction. But Boss Hub was one of the highest voted combat updates.
Can we explain what the survey results, what they meant? Because
okay,
the
yeah,
percent
that's a huge obviously. Do you have it open? I'm opening it right now.
I don't have it open,
okay,
but I will open it. So the thing is, okay, all right, you can read it then.
So, Boss Hub, so this is what it was said in the survey, right? Now, I'm not saying Boss Hub can be potentially bad, but is potentially bad, but the way that they described it is a place for PvM players to gather, find groups, and teleport to bosses, and for new players to get into bossing with specific armors and recommended orders, right? Now, do you guys think that this is realistic? Like, does the chat can chip in on this, right? Do you guys think that this realistically would work? Do you guys not think that the group, I'm not saying the grouping system is perfect, but do you not think that the grouping system was good enough for if it was going to work, it would work, you know?
It's just not the way people play MMOs these days.
Yeah, people play with, everyone's on Discord, everyone's got an FC, everything's been established, right? Look at DG grouping. That was a very good example, like last podcast, where the DG portals don't ever get used. It wasn't even used when DG was popular, right? And let's be serious, the amount of players playing the game and the amount of people PVMing isn't as much as it used to be, right? So I don't think that this would realistically work. And considering that it was one of the highest voted PVM or combat updates, is crazy.
So Omid,
it's crazy.
If you expand their definition and you move the boss portal there,
but that would artificially accomplish this, and it wouldn't even accomplish the main intention of random people getting.
Their main intention is silly. Their main intention is
so their main intention is literally getting people together, finding groups. These are things that are not gonna happen, in my opinion. Maybe call me pessimistic, but give me some kind of like.
So the issue, Omid.
No, but
this worked in like Burning Crusade. WoW, right?
Back then, because it's established really early.
Well, when you couldn't really grief, and somebody in if somebody in RuneScape doesn't know mechanics, they can kill you, right? And there's a penalty for death. There's very little penalty for death in other games, and there's very little incentive to get somebody who's far and away, 4-tick auto attacking, all this stuff, 1-tick G staffing. But in today's MMO landscape, you get on Discord, you join a Discord with like-minded people, whether they're super casual, super try-hard, or somewhere in between. And that is how you develop groups. I think the Boss Hub idea is a very 2003 idea, right?
Yeah.
It's not really going to work with today, how people play today.
Like, I'm not saying
that's
that.
Really it.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying that it wouldn't be a good thing. I'm not saying that it wouldn't help people out. I'm just saying it wouldn't work, right? There's no proof.
I think if there was it could work, and I told you how it could work.
How? Wait,
if
I don't remember.
It was a sharded instance, as in like wasn't per world, and it forced you to go with a team randomly selected.
Yeah, that's not
so. Like,
happen.
If there's a boss that requires you to go from the hub,
I think it's a good idea, but I'm not sure it would work. I know I could use help finding groups to do PVM. It's very difficult for those. I 100% agree. I 100% understand that. I'm just saying that this isn't the way. I think if you want to find groups, you have to put a lot of effort in putting yourself out there. That's just how it is these days.
I just had a mind blown game, this would take so little developer time. You ready?
Right, okay, ready.
Because people screen their own teammates, for why I already said, right? Why not just make the Boss Hub a notice board and a congregation spot? Very little dev time, right? A notice board, a congregation spot, and boss portals that you unlock, right? So outside the max guild, boss portals that you unlock by killing each boss 100 times or something. The notice board just links you to a friends chat for each boss, and you can select your own teammate. This would take, somebody could do it in their tap, right? So everybody says, "Oh, I can't find teams for X. I can't find teams for Y."
That's not necessarily a bad idea. It going into a friends chat, because like I said, if it was going to be successful, grouping system would be to a degree successful, right?
So all they have to do is the character limit is what, 12 characters? That's the longest your RuneScape name can be. They just make all these names 15 characters, and nobody else can possibly.
Or how would so?
for
Okay,
consistency.
you need like maintenance. You need like someone like moderating the friends chat. Like who bans who, power abuse. Oh god, screw your idea. Your idea just went out the door. I'm sorry.
Why? Because people will spam them. I mean,
Well, someone has to moderate it. Who do you get to moderate it?
why does somebody have to moderate it?
What do you mean?
If it's
Scammers,
members, if it's members required.
scammers, flamers.
I guess. I mean, it's just much more.
It's like do you ever need to ban someone from your clan chat? Yes.
Very, very rarely. Maybe like once or twice in the last year.
I'm just saying there needs to be some kind of moderation. And who do you
Okay,
put in
that's
charge
fair.
of that? Look, I'll say it every time. I think this just realistically isn't possible. I don't think it'd be successful. I think
So
the
the way
best
you
way
describe
to
it
do
is-
this, I mean, the best way to find groups and stuff is you have to put effort. It's not as easy as it used to be. I've played other games where I'm a noob and I try to get into groups, and it's definitely not as easy. It used to be like RuneScape, you just walk into someone, you're like, hey, let's be friends, let's go PVM, wah! Right? Now it's a lot more difficult, and I admit that, and I know that from other games, but you can still do it. It just takes a lot more effort. That's all. You just have to put yourself out there. People won't come looking for you. And that can be hard for a lot of people. I admit that. But that's just reality. That's how I see it.
Again, this is half devil's advocate, half my opinion.
Right.
If they just made the boss hub, boss portals that you unlocked based on 100 kills at each boss. So it's outside the max. You don't have to be maxed to use it. It's got a bank and a notice board. Maybe you can put on the notice board that you're looking for an X2O partner. Maybe it works somewhat like that instead of being just links to a friend's chat. I don't know.
I don't know how you would execute upon that, but I had a thought like you could put it on notice board, and you can like the interaction would be you add them. It wouldn't you go to the same group. It wouldn't go. It wouldn't be that you'd be put in an FC. It'd be an ad, right? So hey, I'm looking to Geo Solak. I have this gear, and it'll like screenshot your inventory and equipment, and you can view that person's equipment
and your KC and your KC.
These ideas are good, right?
Nice. Yeah.
I just don't. That the other problem so there's two problems, right? One problem is that there's already established forms of finding a group.
Yeah.
Discord,
Discord.
FC,
It's Discord.
right?
Yeah.
Number two, there's not enough players playing the game for this to flourish. Do you disagree or agree with the second point? What?
I agree. Nothing. I'm just trying to.
Okay, main point is that I don't know how the
to do
hell
this.
this fucking rated one of the highest combat updates. It's crazy to me.
I think a lot of people struggle with what you just described, finding teams. And when they do find teams, this is going to be a shock to you, Omid. But there's a lot of bad people.
I'm fine, dude. I'm fine with bad people. Being bad at a game.
I know, but so people don't want to find bad people, because if you have 10 bad people, you're not going to get a Yakamaru kill. So
also, I guess there's a case.
A lot of people
I'm not being
scarred.
Yeah, I'm not being elitist here, but saying that people are generally not as willing to put in as much effort as people used to for MMOs. MMOs are just not as popular as they used to be. Putting in a lot of effort for a small reward isn't as desirable. People want instant gratification when it comes to gaming.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
And we go straight to the bottom, and it's fucking Hostilius at number 68.
Hostilius, 68 out of 80. Oh my God.
Sorry.
Dude, you're dying. You should enjoy
I don't know what's
moments
killing
in
me,
peace.
but it might be. Dude, Karamja Remastered got 70.8.
I know, it's nuts. Well, I told you why that is. You don't go to Karamja anymore for anything.
I voted based on what I would be excited about. You know, I voted, hey, this sounds exciting, this sounds hype. I would love, like, I wouldn't sleep for a week when this update is about to come out, right?
Mm-hmm.
What mentality do people have when they vote on Karamja Remastered?
You got me. I didn't really vote any remasters particularly high, so.
I've ran into people who don't want to learn than ran into more people who don't want to learn than people who want to put in effort learning. I mean, I agree. You're not disagreeing with me, I don't think. Oh, I can 100%. Dude, I'm so fucking... Okay, I'm out of it. I'm misreading everything left and right.
Okay. I don't think we want to go through the whole survey. I think it's just surprising.
This survey was shocking. I was shocked by this survey. I don't know how other people thought of this survey, the results. Like the range smithing and magic smithing being that high as well.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I don't get it either.
Quality of life, consistency, modernization, clues, quests, opportunities for new content. What makes a remaster? Quality of life in Karamja?
So remember how the way they described a remaster?
Consistency, modernization is graphical. Sorry, I'm just trying to dissect his.
The way they described a remaster, right, is they would add like dungeons and interactions and stuff. So it opens up reward space for quality of life.
But
currently, there's nothing
quality
to do.
of life. I would imagine is like, oh, okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
The thing that they already described, when people were doing the survey, they were reading the description, and Karamja Remastered was a graphical rework and changes to make the area more explorable with new stories, items, rooms, and dungeons to find. Why wouldn't you want a new area? Is my question.
Yeah. No,
wouldn't a new area be more exciting? And for people who think something being dead content is bad is... Yeah, it's just something everything will, like, the majority of every game will always be dead content. It's just moving forward is the best way of doing it. I feel like in RuneScape, it's a lot of people have a hard time like letting things go.
No, I'd agree. So anyway,
sorry. He said, I mean, the jungle getting to Karazi is absolutely horrible. It is, but that's not something...
Rings?
It is bad to get to, right? Or through, right? But... Is that I don't know. I vote based on excitement. I vote like I would have fun doing this, you know?
I wouldn't think if it's immediately superseded by other content. Like, sure, getting through that jungle would be cool, but you already have fairy rings.
It'd just be more convenient.
But you already have fairy rings.
No, let's say fairy rings don't exist. Let's say is a...
But they do exist.
Okay.
So if something is already less useful based on existing content,
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to make an extreme example of like they don't exist, and even if fairy rings don't exist, the convenience of getting through the jungle and let's say like one cut interaction rather than cutting through like 3 times.
Right.
It's better, but like I wouldn't log in and be like, oh my god, I can't wait to get to Karamja to get through, you know. I don't know.
All right, do you wanna move on to questions?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if anyone has any arguments for why certain things are at the top rather than the bottom of the survey results, I don't mind having those discussions, because I was shocked by these results. And I think
I was very surprised.
Like, Boss Hub is the most extreme one, I would say. Because it literally makes no sense, because I don't think it'd work at all, and so many people voted so highly for it.
And it might be quite bespoke, right? It might be very custom, because like the player interactions and stuff are different from anything else in the game, other than like the grouping system, which would have to be completely like rebuilt. So one of the things they talked about recently was paring down the amount of diverse and custom content that they make to try to focus on several core gameplay experiences like quests, like elite dungeons and stuff like that. So I think it kind of goes against that because it would have to be so custom. That's why I think they should use as little time as humanly possible on it. But
I agree, but I agree with what you said. But to go back to what Cyrus is saying, the excitement that you have for the piece of content is the expansion side, right? It's not the rework, it's not the remaster. It's not. I mean, I'm not trying to speak for you, but call me out if I'm wrong. But like, you wouldn't be very excited about like the graphical rework of Karamja. You wouldn't be like excited about the quality of life around Karamja. You'd be excited about the new area, the new content, which I'm fine for.
Remaster, though. That's part of the.
But I don't think it should. I've always said this. This is my biggest issue with JX and what they are putting out there. They should separate expansion separate that from remaster and rework. Right? You don't need to rework a piece of content. You don't need to remaster a piece of content to expand on it. Right? You don't. Like for example, like let's look at AOD, right? With AOD, they could have graphically reworked Nex. They could have graphically reworked the area. Maybe even God Wars Dungeon 1, right? They could have changed the drop table of Nex, right? And release AOD. But is that necessary? Would that
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm just saying that I would just like AOD.
Right.
You know, and realistically looking at it, that's development time, right? Being spent on like changing the drop table, graphically reworking the content. I'd rather that development time be used elsewhere, right? On another like expansion to a piece of content. So I really want to get this out there, right? Like I just really want people to think this in the community, like everyone. Like if I could have one wish RuneScape related, this is what it would be. It's for people to think about the difference and the separation of expansion and rework and remaster. That's it, right? If I could plant an idea in everyone's head that plays RuneScape, that would be it. Because every time we talk about remaster and rework, I feel like people are just like riding on the excitement of the expansion side rather than the rework.
Right.
Like, who would be excited about a rework of how construction is trained? Let's say you would get it would change construction and how it's trained. It would change the graphical side of construction. It would change the XP rates, but there'd be no new content. Would you be excited about that? Probably not, right? You'd be excited about new rooms, new features, etc. Like you could go on with construction. You just care about.
I don't know if that's a good example, because the way construction is trained currently, like thematically, is nonsensical. Right?
Do you think it's
prawn broker? You remove it. You build a prawn broker.
Do you think it's an issue that the best method of construction is at 7 or whatever level it is?
I do. Yeah.
Now let me ask another question. Do you think it's worth juggling around all those levels and rebalancing it?
I don't think it's worth it, because construction is one, an old skill, and two, it's very intensely coded to the point that remastering construction is the same amount of time as making a new skill.
Yeah,
it's too much dev time to commit.
Yeah, based on and Gunner's referring mainly to using mining smithing as an example. I 100% agree. Like I feel like a lot of people. Another issue. I mean, honestly, I don't blame RuneScape players for this, right? I blame JX for not doing a better job at constructing the survey, because they should have separated a lot of these features. They should have also given estimated dev time for each of them. Right. That's a huge factor, because people look at these as like equally, or maybe even like zero value. Like people consider zero.
No. They used to use the small, medium, large, extra large.
Yes, they did.
Double XL.
Yeah.
They should have put on each one small, medium, large.
100%.
Literally the letter, just an L or an XL or a double XL.
Yeah, but they
and
would.
then said,
I feel
yeah.
like the reason they probably don't do that is because they're scared of like expectations. But they should.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, is there anything interesting in a better way of training construction, please? Like, I was thinking, you know how bench, what's it called? Bench.
Flat pack.
Flat packing, right? Make flat packing just a bit better.
Well, that's what the contracts was. You could make XYZ.
No. I'm saying
flat.
you literally flat pack. You don't need to get up to send your, what's his name? Butler. And maybe increase the experience, maybe increase how fast they produce. And there you go. You have an AFK relaxed way of doing construction that is not super clunky and inconvenient. How would you feel about that? Let's say it's like half the XP rate of building and removing.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about skill reworks and remasters and stuff. The only way for me that it would be valuable is if it takes significantly less time than making a new skill, like as in like a medium update. And it provides something like they had for Memorial to Guthix. So it provides a perk system. So safe cracking was supposed to have a perk system, right? Scrapped because, I don't know, they couldn't think of enough perks. But I really think that something like that is hugely impactful because it changes the way you train for a large percentage of 1 to 99 because you have to unlock all these perks. So it's really impactful for the average player. And it changes the meta for everybody else. So, and it takes much less time than changing how the skill is trained per se. So like for this example, if they were construction contracts, right, which they already they showed last year, almost exactly a year ago, where you had to provide like furniture, you had to furnish somebody's house. So it said, oh, the sheep eater werewolf needs a house, right? And then it requires X, Y, and Z. So you have to make the flat packs for X, Y, and Z, fill them in. You get a good chunk of XP, but it still wouldn't be as quick as just building, ripping. And then you get reputation. So you get reputation points and you get these perks as you go up in reputation. They can do that with most skills. And it doesn't take very long. And again, it changes how the skill is trained for levels 1 to 99 or 1 to 120. And it also changes the meta for people who are above that already. I don't know. I just think it's much easier to do it that way.
Yeah. I mean, I think the contracts was a good idea that they should have pushed forward, but
all right. So do we want to just take questions from the chat if the chat has?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So if anybody has any questions, let us know. We're going to be closing the stream after
new players
segment.
Would still be like this skill stupid. I don't think new players have that perspective most of the time because they don't know as much as we do to the point that they can actually deduce that it's bad. You know, like when we all first started playing RuneScape, did we think mining and smithing was like stupid and a bad way of training it? No, we didn't know any better.
We didn't really have perspective.
Yeah.
And also a certain level of complexity or like additional complications dissuade some people from doing the content and make the rewards more valuable for the people willing to learn. So that's why I think you make everything, what's the word for it? You make everything innately understandable. So if you do that, the value of things like mud runes or smoke runes or something goes way down, right? You want mechanical complexity. I don't know. I just think it's risky to go this way of everything should be so intuitive. That's the word I was looking for. Everything should be so intuitive that people just coming back to the game or new players understand it and go do it. So I don't know.
Yeah. Also, I think if players do think it's stupid from the early stages, then I don't think they're going to enjoy the game overall. Like if someone's going through the game and they think something like the early game or like the skills and how they're trained, like let's say construction is stupid, then they're probably going to find a lot of other areas of the game and major aspects of the game that are also stupid.
Yeah. All right, let's jump through this. There is one local champ said it would be good if for contracts you can choose between two, a cheaper one for GP and a more expensive one for higher GP for quicker rates. I agree, but I think they should be quicker rates for the reward points or reputation. So you can buy flat packs from other players. That way you can do, and these might be custom flat packs for the people asking for the contracts, so you can get the reputation quicker. Some of the questions are, do you like RuneScape? I think Omid and I both care very deeply about RuneScape. We've played for half of our lives, so it's obviously very important to both of us. We want to see it succeed. Yeah, we like RuneScape. Let's see. Aren't capes a reward space? They are, but I'm also okay with having some things best in slot permanent. Comp rework was a mistake. Omid and I do not agree on this one, but I was okay with one item in the game being future proof. I think it had prestige. It gave players a goal. Everybody had that same goal after max, basically, to go for comp. It provided some continuity, fluidity, etc. We disagree on that one, and that's okay. What will Hydra familiar spec work on Bloodweed trees and Farm Guild? I don't know about that. We don't know about that. Microtransactions, somebody's asking about. Omid and I are kind of past the point of really caring about that. Obviously, it becomes an issue, and we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of talking about MTX, but it becomes an issue if there's no reason to play game content. So if T92s were on Treasure Hunter, it would be an issue, right? No reason to do Telos is largely impacted. Unaugmentable T80 Virtus, I couldn't really care less. And I think Omid feels the same. Obviously, it's not optimal, but company has targets to meet financially. So couldn't really care less about the level of MTX in game. However, if it becomes like any of the Asian MMOs, any of the Nexon MMOs, it could be hugely problematic. So an example would be T95s only available with real money.
It's not outrage. That's never gonna happen. But like things like XP out, bonus XP hours.
Bonus XP for a day.
So for example, let's say the loot boxes get removed, they're probably gonna be replaced with buyable XP, or you can buy hours of bonus double XP.
That's exactly what it's gonna be. Are you ready? And this is how like MapleStory used to work. I don't know. I haven't looked at it in 10 years, but you could buy an hour of double XP. So imagine the British government says, all right, Jagex, you can't do loot boxes. It's gambling. No promoting gambling to kids. All right, Jagex will say, okay, now instead of using a bond for 15 treasure hunter keys, you can use a bond for 10 hours of double XP, or you can use a bond for 10 hours of increased crit chance or something. That's more harmful. So you got to pick your poison, really. And I don't ultimately think treasure hunters that bad. I think people complaining are more likely to encourage them to do more harmful things.
I think the complaints are at the. I think before RuneFest announcements, I think what players should be concerned about was the direction of the game and the content of the game, not the MTX. Also, Buddy said, I think area reworks are beneficial for new players if they look nicer and feel better, keeping them in the game longer, keeping them to end game. Yeah, to a degree, I agree with that, but like you progress sometimes through areas so quickly, and you don't have many reasons to go back to the areas apart from like one-time things or quests. But I'm mostly thinking of it like, would I rather have this or would I rather have this, right? Because at the end of the day, none of these suggestions, none of these updates are free, right? They take resources. And you could have something else instead of it. I'm not saying new players aren't important, but I think for a new player for new players, I think what is mostly important is them getting taught how to play the game and about PVM at very early stage through things like tooltips or tutorials.
Yeah.
that we've talked about.
I think tooltips that you can toggle off and on and off would be great. So, for example, the first time you kill Herblore, right? If this bossing hub track sends you to Herblore next, when you start Herblore, it says Herblore has a powerful charged attack, and he says X. At this time, it is highly beneficial to equip a shield, right? And it will highlight the shield and use resonance. This will mean you use much less food, blah, blah, blah. Like,
it'll put you in an instance where it could be where the game will freeze every time it gives a tooltip, so you can read it and highlight certain items, and it'll set you up with its own gear. Like you wouldn't lose anything if you die. You wouldn't. It's basically practice mode, but with a set gear, let's say.
So Omid, I want to respond to a comment before I lose it in the chat. I can't even scroll up.
Wait,
there's too much going on, but I want to speak to this because we did skip it. The technical improvements that they talked about at RuneFest. So somebody. It's
quite a large discussion.
So it's not super large, but I think
the tick system one is.
The tick system one is huge. Like changes the game entirely. But let's talk about like the motion smoothing.
I like it a lot.
Oh yeah, like I really think the fidelity.
I think that's so good.
Such a priority, I think. But anyway, all right, we're gonna.
Do you think another skill other than Herblore should have gone to 120? Herblore was already really powerful as it is. Yeah.
They had the reward space though, and they also had a fleshed out skill. So the most common complaint with 120 Slayer was, "Oh my god, I get to kill 8 new monsters. That's not enough for 91 million extra XP." Wah, wah. You know, so they're trying to avoid that. They're trying to say we have at least a potion or unlock at every level, and that's much easier for Herblore as compared to other skills. So I think it was a good choice to meet the objectives that they set forth. Somebody said, "Let me buy macros for entire AOD kills." So you actually, I know you're memeing, but that's an interesting question. So a lot of people say Switchscape is unhealthy. We know based on current updates that you have like the eat food button, right? So we know it can scan your inventory and pick the first item that can do X. What if for one bond, you got a new ability that was equip shield rezo, right? That's an interesting form. No. That's an interesting form of microtransactions that I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out with.
There's no way
it would be very interesting.
Something like that through MTX. That'd be so unpopular.
It would be unpopular, but they've done unpopular things before. They might poll it, but I know the person was memeing, and it's highly, highly unlikely.
Yeah.
So let's see.
And someone also said, the repetitiveness requires no special knowledge when it comes to skilling, namely construction. But that's like a lot of the game.
I highly disagree with that.
I highly disagree. Okay, I know where you're gonna go, and that's not relative to most people.
No, it is. So look at and maybe I know what you think I was gonna say, but anyway, listen. So look at old school woodcutting. What do you need to woodcut effectively in old school? You need 3 things: lumberjack outfit, a hatchet, knowledge of tick manipulation.
I think he mainly is talking about gameplay, by the way.
Right. So what I'm saying is, look at RS3. What do you need to woodcut effectively in RS3? You need outfits. You need familiars.
Yeah, I understand. I'm saying
you need urn enhancer. You need perks. Like you need literally 5 times as many things for RS3 as you do for old school. I know, and that's actually what I like about RS3 is the complexity and game knowledge required to be efficient.
I agree. I think he was mainly talking about it being repetitive. So basically, something that would be opposite of that would be Big Game Hunter.
Oh, I love Big Game Hunter, and that would be the optimal type of gameplay that they would introduce for other skills. Do we have any other questions? Do we have any other questions?
When do you think JX will release mobile? When do you think JX will realize mobile won't make as huge of a ROI as they would?
Return on investment.
Return on investment.
So their investment actually hasn't been that crazy, right? So they had 3 dedicated mods working on mobile. Now they have 2. So
I thought they were gonna announce like
I think it will have a good ROI, but what were you just saying, Omen?
I thought they were gonna announce mobile release straight after RuneFest, but
well, so they did announce at RuneFest that there's an unlimited alpha for Android before the end of the year, which is huge, right? 70-something% of the market space is Android. For those of us who are stubborn enough to still have iOS, including myself, it's going to be sometime in 2020. I think it will have the ROI needed to have been worthwhile. Do I think it will have the ROI that they're expecting? Maybe not, but
definitely not what they expect, because
I think the existing player. What?
At one point they said that they were expecting it to be as successful as old school RS mobile.
So
and that's probably why they put so many resources and priorities on it.
We'll see.
They literally said that.
I think it will be worthwhile.
Oh, I think it'd be worthwhile, but I don't. Yeah, I was just mentioning that I don't think it'll hit their expectations. That's all.
Divine C. I think that having a player base that has interest in both PVM and skilling is hugely important. I think currently we have a more PVM focus, and I think skilling abilities might help with that, but I think they're two totally different populations, right? People who predominantly skill are much more relaxed AFK. People who PVM are much more in it for the excitement. Totally different populations, and I think it's important to have both. Let's see.
I think we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, I think we should wrap it up.
Because I'm really sick and I'm really tired. So
to XQTI though, there is going to be a Stone Spirit dev blog likely this week.
Dev blog? What the fuck? Why don't they just make them all into one type? And give an option to give bonus XP instead of extra ore.
So I don't think this is insider knowledge at all, but they are combining it with smithable salvage.
What?
Smithable salvage. So a lot of the salvage in the game is inaccessible. So they are combining the Stone Spirit rework with smithable salvage. No comment on that.
Why do I feel like they're overcomplicating it? I feel like the solutions have been given. Look, I feel like if players are like giving solutions to JX that would work really well and take minimal dev time, if JX disagree with it, I want to hear them. I want to hear JX and JMods respond to players and why their ideas wouldn't work.
Yeah, I would like to see that as well.
Because we never see that. We see.
I think that's part of the purpose of Epic Jam, to have the dedicated Discord channels and stuff.
Well, the dedicated. I'm mostly curious what JMods have envisioned for the game and why they think certain ideas wouldn't work. Whereas in those discourses, it's mostly just players just like yelling at JMods to do a certain certain thing a certain way, 100% of like 100% of no lenience. You know, like I don't know.
I gotcha. So I think some of those discussions are hard to have from a PR standpoint.
Yeah, 100. Right? Yeah, I agree.
And they don't, and none of the individual devs want to say something that reflects poorly upon Jagex as a whole, or their coworkers. Like, oh, I couldn't do that. That involves 12. Like, I need 12 people to get that done here. And then people are like, why is Jagex so inefficiently managed? You know what I mean? They don't want to focus any negative attention on Jagex, so they don't go into too much detail on why something isn't feasible. But I just want to caveat what I said before about the Stone Spirit thing. So that is subject to change. That is just the last information I had on what the Stone Spirit rework was going to entail. If the dev blog comes out and Smithable Salvage isn't on it, then they change their mind. I don't want people putting $1 billion GP into Stone Spirits and saying Dragonseance said it was going to be X. Yeah, so that is highly subject to change. It's not like they consult me before changing things.
They should just simplify Stone Spirits. Just the main issue of Stone Spirits is that the economy is just diluted across so many types. I would say that's one of the core issues. You know, if there's only one.
No, type, I agree.
And it's such a quick fix. I can't imagine it would take more than maybe it would. Maybe you have to go individually into every drop table and change it, but
yeah. All right, let's wrap it up. I don't think there's anything else we want to go into. So Epic Jam starts tomorrow. Omid will be announcing the next episode of this podcast when he feels a little bit better. The schedule for it at least. So thank you very much. I know this is a weird schedule for us.
Yeah, we weren't meant to. We usually do podcasts every 2 weeks on the Saturday, but because of RuneFest, we felt like we should probably capitalize on
move
the
it
hype
until after. Yep.
Yeah.
So hopefully you enjoyed it. It was a lengthy one, not as long as the Art of Ferns one, but I don't think we'll ever get to 7.5, 8 hours again. Who knows? But anyway, thank you very much for watching. And if you have any questions, please, Omid will upload the VOD, so you can ask questions on the YouTube and we'll try to respond. Or you can talk to me directly or Omid directly, and we'll try to help you out.
My Discord, if you ever want to bring a conversation, my Discord general text channel, just throw it in there. I always respond to it. If anyone ever makes like an interesting comment, I will always respond to it. So, and I try to keep it like a healthy social environment where there's, like what Local Champ said, is like constructive conversations, not just people just yelling at each other, not people being overly negative. But yeah.
Anyway,
thank you for watching, everyone,
say any?
and take care of yourselves. See you guys later. Bye bye.